Remember the Lord in everything you do, and he will show you the right way. Proverbs 3:6. The heart brims with cheer, the mind radiates with delight, and the brain holds deep admiration upon hearing about Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli. Our college has been in the forefront of women's education for 100 years to develop committed professional leaders and entrepreneurs with integrity and global competency. We really affirm our dedicated commitment to the noble mission of charity. This unity and hard work is the motto and culture of the PG and Research Department of Mathematics, Holy Cross College. A conducive atmosphere for student excellence. A very pleasant morning to one and all gathered here. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of Mathematics, I invite our elected Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Sarguna, Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Isabella Rajakumari, our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. S. Sendilnathan, Director, UGC HRDC, Pardasan University, Tiruchirappalli, Dr. Rajan, Chairman, Pentagram Group of Companies, India, USA and UK, Mrs. Rajan, Dr. Janardhan and Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, School of Biomedical Engineering, Jima University, Dr. Dinesh, Professor, Department of Mathematics, Science, Kerala. College, respected professors, research scholars, participants from various institutions, and my beloved students to this international conference on research trends in applications of mathematics, ICRTAM 2025, organized by the PG and Research Department of Mathematics, Holy Cross College, in collaboration with the Mathematics Unit, Department of Natural Sciences,
Prayer is a steering wheel that directs the right path to seek His abundant blessing. We invite the prayer team to lead us in prayer. Let us all stand for the prayer followed by Tamil Thai Valtu.
Reading from the Holy Gospel according to Matthew chapter 5, 14 to 16. But a lampstand, and it gives light to all who are in the house. Let your light so shine before them that they may Prayer. Almighty and ever-loving God, we gather knowledge, and the opportunity bringing us together in this moment, uniting us in purpose and vision. As we embark on this journey of learning, we seek your guidance and wisdom and make us receptive. Grant us the strength to embrace new ideas. We pray that the shared here will enrich our lives. And sisters, chief guests, subject experts, organizers, staff, students, and each participant of today's event.
And everlasting relationships extend beyond. May the discussion we engage in here ripple out to create positive change, spark new ideas, and promote peace. We trust in your wisdom to guide us through these sessions and beyond. We ask this prayer in the matchless name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Let us all
A word of hearty welcome and love to all the people around makes everyone happy. We like to invite Dr. M. Mary Merlin, Head Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Mathematics, and the Organizing Secretary of ICRTAM 2025 to welcome the gathering.
Luke 2:40 says, "The child continued to grow and become strong, increasing in wisdom, and the grace of God was with him." Holy Cross College is a perfect destination, has long been a beacon of learning, fostering an environment individuals. It is my immense pleasure to greet you all for a graceful morning and a cordial welcome. The PG and Research Department of Mathematics Natural Sciences and Information Technology, Mwenge Catholic University, Tanzania, East Africa, is proud to host this international conference on recent trends in applications of mathematics, ICRTAM 25. First and foremost, praise and glory to the Lord Almighty for his abundant grace and unconditional love during the planning and execution phases of the conference. A hearty welcome to respected Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Sarguna. Sister, your affable spirit, cheerful support, and moral strength make things unfold with the divine grace. Welcome, Sister. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome this nurturing intellectual curiosity and academic brilliance, compassion, and for this collaborative academic venture through her networking global standards. A red carpet welcome to you, sister. A man of principles and teacher, Dr. S. Sendilnathan. His commitment and service inspires teachers across generations, and we gratefully acknowledge Sir's inauguration of this conference. Sir's contribution in various professional bodies, editorial boards, research projects in digital literacy, and research publications are worth mentioning. Hearty welcome, sir. It is with immense pride and deep Srinivasa International Conference. Srinivasa Ramanujan's contribution to the field of mathematics are exemplary. His legacy lives on in the countless scholars who continue to be inspired by his insights. As a grand but also represents the enduring influence of Ramanujan's generations. Yes, Dr. E.G. Rajan is a pioneer of artificial intelligence as he invented the notion of symbolic computing. Dr. E.G. Rajan was a professor of signal processing, now a chairman of Pentagram Group of Companies, Hyderabad, UK and USA. Sir's distinguished career and groundbreaking contributions in the field of signal processing and need-based software developing process have earned him well-deserved reputation as a world-renowned leader in both industry. We are truly privileged to have you with us today, sir, to share your most valuable insights and expertise. Welcome, sir. Warm welcome to Mrs. Chitra Govindarajan, a lovable partner of Dr. Rajan, who is the Institute of Ancient Philosophy and the director of. Welcome. Welcome to Dr. Janardhan, Associate Professor, Department of Biomedical Engineering, Jimma Institute of Technology, Jimma University, East Africa. Of Singapore and University of Michigan, USA. Also, Dr. Janardhan has teaching and research credentials across countries, and above all, his simplicity and moral guidance are the motivational forces to us. We are grateful to have you with you, sir. Welcome, sir. Collaboration helps institutions learn from each other and grow in each other's strength. The Department of Mathematics HCC is glad for the fruitful collaboration with the HCC partnering institution, Mathematics Unit, Mwenge Catholic University, Tanzania, East Africa. Among various joint academic and research plans, ICRTAM 25 is the first one between us. A red carpet note of welcome to Reverend Father Professor Bilbert Omilia, Vice Chancellor, Reverend Father Dr. Jerome Manyahi, Chair of Research Committee and a person for this collaboration, Dr. Catherine Pascal, Head Department of Natural Sciences and Information Technology, and finally our guest of honor, Dr. Theresis Bonafizi Mkenda, Lecturer and Head Mathematics Unit, Mwenge, Tanzania, our collaborative venture. Dr. Theresi's academic excellence in statistics and responsibility among students are inspiring. Welcome, madam. I cordially invite Dr. M.C. Linesh, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, School of Natural Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Calicut, Kerala. Sir's field of research in computer-aided time series analysis, stochastic processing, forecasting, and mathematical models for power engineering. Sir, I welcome you gratefully. I feel elated to welcome other resource person, Dr. S. Francis Raj, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. Also, it's my pleasure to welcome the chairpersons of paper presentation sessions, Dr. Tamil Chelvi, Associate Professor, Sita Lakshmi Ramaswamy College for Women, Dr. W. Rita, Associate Professor and Dean of Research, Holy Cross College, Dr. M. Maragadam, Associate Professor, Periyar EVR College, Dr. Anthony Eldred, Associate Professor and Dean of Research, St. Joseph's College, and from Bishop Heber College, we have Dr. Joseph Paramasivam, Assistant Professor, now Dr. John Robinson, Assistant Professor. Hearty welcome, dear professors. The Sisters of the Cross have carried the message of the Messiah to manifold destinations, and it is my duty to accord a winsome welcome to all the sisters. I acclaim the presence of the dedicated vice principals, deans, IQSC coordinator, control of examinations, Dr. Ines PRO, and the diligent heads and faculty members of various departments. A breezy note of welcome to you all for your lovable presence. Hearty welcome Dr. Mary Jayanti, Dean of International Affairs and Associate Professor of English for this collaborative initiative with Tanzania. Also, my cordial welcome to Dr. W. Rita, Dean of Research and Associate Professor of Mathematics, and Dr. Leena, Dean, School of Mathematical Computation Sciences, for your cordial support. Welcome, professors. I am bounded to welcome Ms. Joy Jonah, Associate Professor, Dr. J. Merlin Vinota, Dr. Sister Fabiana Jacinta Mary, Assistant Professors, and the organizing team, Dr. Exlin Jayakumari, Dr. Lima Maria Prahasan, Dr. Joy Beulah, and the beloved staff members of PG and Research Department of Mathematics for their commitment, diligent working style, and great support in all the academic endeavors, especially towards ICRTAM 25. This great event is not possible without you all. A hearty welcome to the energetic band of professors. Great welcome to the beneficiaries of this conference, dear participants, faculty members, research scholars, and PG students from various colleges and HCC Mathematics Department, whose relentless pursuit of knowledge helps to learn mathematics and in recent trends in the global arena. May we discuss and enrich each other's academic profiles and journeys. A pleasant welcome to the technical team and press personnel. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. May this conference be a source of inspiration to all of us. Thank you.
Few words in the language of Tanzania, Kiswahili, for our collaborators. Tumsifu Yesu Kristu. Nimefurahi sana asubuhi hii karibisha kila mtu kwenye kongamano hili la kimataifa la siku moja. Limeandaliwa na idara ya hisabati ya chuo cha Holy Cross huko Trichy, India, na chuo kikuu cha Mwenge Catholic huko Moshi, Tanzania. Nina furaha kubwa sana kumkaribisha makamu mkuu wa chuo Padre na Professor Hilbert Vumilia na mwenyekiti wa utafiti Padre na Dr. Jerome Manyahi. Kwa uongozi na msaada wao ndio umewezesha kufanyika kwa tukio hili leo. Pia nataka kumshukuru Dr. Teresia Boniface Mkenda, mkuu wa kitengo cha hisabati na katibu wa maandalizi, mapadri wote, wahadhiri, wasomi na wanafunzi ambao wamefanya kazi kwa bidii katika kuandaa kongamano hili. Nashukuru kwa shauku yenu na utayari wa kufanya kazi pamoja. Natumaini ushirikiano huu utabarikiwa na kufanuisha wanafunzi wetu na taasisi zetu. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, teachers, for your cheerful welcome.
Thank you, sister, for your words of appreciation. Even though we didn't understand what you were uttering, but we are sure that the words were of appreciation, and it was really, we felt happy to hear these words. Thank you so much for your words of appreciation. In the language of Swagli. Thank you, sister. Some gifts are big, others small. Ones that come from the heart are the best gifts of all. Dr. S. Sendilnathan, Director, FAC, Professor of Educational Technology, Bharatdasan University, Tiruchirappalli. Dr. E.G. Rajan, Chairman, Pentagram Group of Companies, India, UK and USA. Mrs. Rajan, Director, Pentagram Group of Companies, India, USA and UK. Dr. Janardhanan Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, School of Biomedical Engineering, Jumma University, Ethiopia. Dr. M.C. Linesh, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, School of Natural Sciences, NIT Calicut, Kerala. Thank you, dear sisters. Thank you, dear professors. A great souvenir is a singular, tangible memory keeper, an almost metaphysical object. I'm immensely glad to invite our respected principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Isabella Rajakumari, to release the souvenir of ICRTAM 2025 and hand over the first copy to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. S. Sendilnathan, Director, FAC, Bharatdasan University, Tiruchirappalli. I humbly request the dignitaries on the stage to receive a copy of the souvenir. Thank you, sister. Thank you, dear professors.
Yes, article.
Appreciation can transform common days into thanksgiving, turn routine jobs into joy, and change ordinary opportunities into blessings. Now, we would like to request our beloved Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Sarguna Mary, to felicitate this grand event.
Distinguished guests and all gathered here, very good morning. I am happy to know that the Department of Mathematics has organized an international conference on recent trends in applications of mathematics today. I take this opportunity to appreciate and congratulate the organizers for this collaborative venture, which is indeed a remarkable achievement in the dynamic academic journey of the department in enlightening the students and participants with the knowledge in the updated trends in the various applications of mathematics. Mathematics is important because it is a universal language, a powerful tool for solving real-time problems through critical thinking skills. It is a science and study of numbers, of structures and shapes and patterns, and is an essential part of physical science and technology and also life sciences. The topic of this international conference is of great importance in today's education scenario, which the primary focus is on updating knowledge and upskilling for a brighter future for individuals and society. I hope this conference will encourage you to work together with an openness to new knowledge and newer ideas for new innovations in the field of mathematics and its multiple applications for the development of students' education and employment and the progress of society. Let us, in this local environment, think globally and achieve success. I wish you all the best in this endeavor. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for your blessings and words of appreciation.
At this moment, we have the privilege of witnessing a significant milestone in fostering international collaboration, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Holy Cross College Autonomous Tiruchirappalli and Pentagram Group of Companies, India, UK and USA. May I now request Reverend Sister Dr. Isabella Rajakumari, Principal, Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli, and Dr. E.G. Rajan, Chairman, Pentagram Group of Companies, to proceed with the formal signing of the MOU. Thank you, sister, and thank you, sir. We extend our best wishes and prayers for a successful collaboration ahead for the benefit of the college, staff, and the student community.
With much pleasure, we would like to invite our benevolent principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Isabella Rajakumari, to render her felicitations.
Respected chief guests, distinguished delegates, esteemed faculty members, dear students and honored guests, a good morning and great morning to you. Thank you. It's with immense pride and joy that I stand before you today to extend my heartfelt felicitations on the occasion of the International Conference on Recent Trends in Applications of Mathematics, organized by the PG and Research Department of Mathematics, School of Mathematical and Computation Science, Holy Cross College, Autonomous, Trichy, in collaboration with the Mathematics Unit, Department of Natural Sciences and Information Technology, Mwenge Catholic University, Moshi, Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, East Africa. This conference is a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and the universal language of mathematics. Mathematics, as we all know, is not just a subject confined to textbooks and classrooms. It is the backbone of scientific discovery, technological advancement, and problem solving across disciplines. The theme of this conference, Recent Trends in Applications of Mathematics, is both timely and profound as it highlights the transformative role mathematics plays in addressing real-world challenges and shaping the future humanity. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible efforts of the organizing team, Dr. Merlin Majrulu, and all the faculty members of this Department of Mathematics and students of Holy Cross College of that department, as well as our esteemed collaborators from Mwenge Catholic University. Your dedication and hard work have made this event possible, and I'm confident that this conference will serve as a platform for meaningful dialogue, knowledge exchange, and the forging of new partnerships. To our distinguished and honored speakers and delegates, your presence here today enriches this gathering with diverse perspectives and expertise. Your contributions will undoubtedly inspire new ideas and foster deep understanding of the applications of mathematics in the fields such as artificial intelligence, data science, cryptography, climate modeling, and beyond. This conference, dear students, is not just an academic endeavor. It is a celebration of the global community of mathematicians who are present here on the days and scientists working together to push the boundaries of knowledge. I would like to extend a special welcome to our international collaborators from Tanzania. Your participation in this conference symbolizes the unity and shared purpose of academic institutions across borders. We thank God for this great opportunity of collaborating with you. it is through such collaborations that we can address global challenges and create a brighter future for generations to come. As we embark on this intellectual journey over the next few days, let us remember that mathematics is not just about numbers and equations. It's about curiosity, creativity, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Let us use this conference as an opportunity to learn from one another, challenge our assumptions, and explore new frontiers in the applications of mathematics. In conclusion, I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. May this event be a stepping stone for future collaborations, groundbreaking research, and innovative solutions to the problems facing our world today. Let us continue to celebrate the beauty and power of mathematics, and let us work together to harness its potential for the betterment of the society. Thank you, and I wish you all a success and enriching conference. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, sister, for your loving blessings and words of appreciation and motivation.
Every day is a chance to make changes, to create the life we want. Now we request our eminent chief guest, Dr. S. Sendalnathan, Director, UGC, HRDC, Professor, Department of Educational Technology, Bharathidasan University, Tiruchirappalli, to enrich our minds with its inspiring inaugural address.
Revered Sister Secretary, revered Sister Principal, esteemed guest of honor for the special address here, Professor E.G. Rajan, experts from NIT, experts from international universities, the delegates of this event and the organizing team. A very pleasant morning to every one of you. I deem it a great pleasure as well as privilege to associate myself with this international conference on recent trends in applications of mathematics. And at the outset, let me congratulate Holy Cross College on the occasion of this monumental MOU signing, and I'm sure the collaboration with a very internationally reputed organization will benefit the institution and the students in many ways. And I also would like to offer my appreciation and congratulations to the Department of Mathematics. Almost with a very religious regularity, every year an international conference is organized here. So my best appreciations to all of you here. So coming to the inaugural address, in fact, I have a feeling that I'm a square peg in a round hole here. But there is mathematics in square, hole, round everywhere, right? Okay? Because I'm basically a language and literature person. But I moved to educational technology 20 years back, and I have been working on multimedia, e-learning, and other such areas. But of course, after becoming the director of the Human Resource Development Center, it is more of clerical work that we do, dealing with files. But however, in fact, my association with mathematics is very restricted. As a social scientist, no doubt we do some statistical analysis for our data. But when I was thinking about my decision to join English language and literature, I am reminded of an experience I would like to share with you. When I completed my +2, I wanted to join English language and literature. My objective was to become an English teacher. And that time, you know, teaching mathematics was something very big because people can earn a lot of money taking tuitions. that was the thing. And one of my teachers, probably he was interested in my growth, he was telling me that you should join mathematics, what you will do with English, because I was a student of Tamil medium, straight from first standard to +2. You will have a very tough time with English, because English language has 24 letters of alphabet. If you choose mathematics, it is only A, B, C and X, Y, Z. Okay, only 6 letters, 18 letters you can exclude, right? Okay, it is very easy to do. And I said, I cannot, because I am interested in English. But you see, I realized later there is music, there is mathematics and music, literature, fine arts everywhere. Right, you know, that is how it is. The music that was played here has a lot of mathematics. Very recently, the government came out with Padma awardees, you all would have read. And 2 very distinguished persons from Tamil Nadu got Padma Bhushan. And I was just watching an interview with Shobana, the dancer, and subsequently another musician by Velu. And interestingly, both of them talked about the metrics and mathematics that go into their dance performance and music. Both of them were highlighting that. It is very sheer mathematics, right? What we do here is, whether it is movements or positioning of your head or eyes or whatever it is, it's all about the mathematics. And you know, the real the beauty of mathematics is that it is getting applied, you know, the applied part. That is what, in fact, really is a very meaningful term that they have brought in, application of mathematics. And everyone in the world is getting the benefits of applied mathematics, whether it is a doctor or a surgeon or a musician or a climate, as the sister pointed out, as an environmentalist studying climate change. Okay? Even, I think you would have read in the newspapers a couple of days, there has been the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit is happening in Chennai. And I was listening to some talks where they said, you know, this mathematical modeling is going to help a lot in terms of predicting the climate change. And the Honorable Chief Minister also has come out with a plan of educating the children in schools also about climate change and other things. So it is in this context that we'll have to think, as already sister pointed out, is mathematics is a language, a tool. Okay? It's not specific to a very one genre or one particular area of study. And the developments in mathematics, applied mathematics rather, are moving in multi-directional ways, and through a lot of transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary research, you know, the field is expanding. And in fact, I was reading a little also as to why recently this admissions for data science programs, artificial intelligence. There was a talk how, you know, your natural science, we are not getting students for joining the programs, how people are more into it, right? And that is where, you know, the highlights related to the mathematical part of artificial intelligence, whether it is machine learning or deep learning. Yeah, I think I saw a paper related to deep learning also in the proceedings. And I should also congratulate the team for bringing out a good volume of nearly 100 papers on this occasion. So that way, starting from the very early tradition of knowledge, if you go back to the very early days of knowledge tradition, it was 3 R's that meant reading, writing and arithmetic. This was all about education. And of course, when computers came, it was identified as the 4th R, computer, the final R. And in early days, computer science departments were run by mathematics people only. MSc Mathematics, which is a PGDCA, was the head of the Department of Computer Science. Right? Okay? So it's all that started with that. And now we see a remarkable, phenomenal growth right, happening in the applied part of mathematics to data science, machine learning, and deep learning, and other things. So I would like to highlight some aspect of social science research which is leading to an identification of skills. Because, you know, we talk about skilling India, we talk about skill-based learning, entrepreneurship, innovation, career, you know, all this is happening. And there is a set of skills identified as 21st century skills. And some of the skills identified are very, very crucial for 21st century life, success, and professional growth. And one of the chief skills identified is problem solving and critical thinking and creative thinking. And for all these 3, mathematics is at the base. Mathematics is all about problem solving and the skills of problem solving, mathematical thinking. We talk about these things as liberal arts. It is not what subject you study and what profession you choose or what business you do. These skills are essential for success in the chosen profession. That's why just like a person learning bicycling or just like a person learning cookery, right? Everyone has to learn all these skills and equip themselves for a better life. In fact, Sister Principal has talked about the range of applications now happening, starting from weather forecasting to medical training, whether it is internet or mobile phone, right? Now, how it is just getting applied. Every aspect of technology integration into your life is intrinsically connected with mathematics. In fact, maybe a couple of months back, I was in a hospital, a huge hospital, for going for an MRI scan. And there was some delay. I was just talking to that radiologist who was there, and then I was asked to go for some multi-slice MRI, right? I don't understand that terminology. But he was telling, sir, earlier it was used to be 1.5 T. Now they say it is 3.0 T. What is all this? Then he said, sir, it is something called tomography. And I didn't say, sir, I don't understand it. Tomography is simple mathematics, sir, because we take all two-dimensional images and it is tomography that converts it to multi-slice and three-dimensional. From all angles we can see. So I was thinking, sir, so it is ultimately mathematics which is life-saving today, right? Okay. So that is what was the kind of a discussion that we had. So what I would like to highlight for the student friends who are sitting here is that you should look at the applied part of mathematics, and of course your creative and critical thinking will lead you to identify potential areas for your own career, right, in terms of applied mathematics. And I'm sure the sessions here, the presentations and the discussions that happen here will really make meaningful contributions to reshaping your thinking about studying and exploring mathematics in terms of real-time applications, real-life applications. So it is in this context that I have to tell you that you should start thinking in terms of multidisciplinary perspectives, cross-disciplinary and transdisciplinary research in the days to come. And in a country like India, we have a descendant from the family of one of the greatest mathematicians of all times here. So the sir was talking a little about, in a brief interaction, about Indian knowledge systems and the type of contributions, the great heritage and tradition of knowledge that India had, which was for some time either not documented or it was not very given its necessary due importance. But now it is happening, and we expect these applications, right, to go right in a very big way, right? We talk about the suitability of Sanskrit as a language for all computer applications, software, and other things. And in fact, there was, some of you might have heard of a very well-known scientist, an internationally renowned scientist by name, Professor M. Lakshmanan, who is a great pride of our university. And he received very recently the Vigyan Shri Puraskar Award. And I was interacting with him on some topic about the Nobel Prize and other things. He was telling, sir, it's all about the Nobel Prize in physics. There is no physics at all for the work he has done. It's all about artificial intelligence. It's all about machine learning and artificial neural networks. But it is all about applied part of mathematics and nonlinear dynamics of physics. Okay. But a person for the work that he has done on artificial neural networks, a physics Nobel Prize is given. So what I'm trying to highlight here is a kind of an inventive thinking towards multidisciplinary perspectives. Not per se you take mathematics and go deep into it, and you should think in terms of applying it to different fields, so that you will develop a cross-disciplinary perspective which will really enhance your job potentials, which will really enhance your your stand in the job market. In fact, mathematics people, statistics people should be ruling the world of data science hereafter in the days to come. So that is what I would like to highlight here, and I'm sure very carefully chosen, hand-picked resource persons, identified experts will really make a meaningful contribution to your deeper understanding of this whole concept of applied mathematics, which will really benefit you in terms of exploring new avenues. So in that way, I would like to once again congratulate the Department of Mathematics and the Holy Cross Institution for choosing a very timely and very crucial theme for deliberation and discussion here, and I'm sure you will have a very meaningful, insightful and takeaways from this event, and which will shape your thinking in the days to come for all exploration and study. So with this brief note, let me have the pleasure of declaring this international conference inaugurated, and I wish every one of you very fruitful, very meaningful and very joyful conference here. Thank you everyone. Right?
Thank you, sir. We are very fortunate to have listened to your inspiring and thought-provoking speech.
To accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe. It's my pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Dr. E.G. Rajan, Professor of Signal Processing, Chairman, Pettengraph Group of Companies, India, UK, and USA, to enrich our minds with his inspiring address.
I take her permission. The secretary's permission. How do I start? How do I address you? Should I address you as children and grandchildren? My age is like that, you know. So, respected brothers and sisters sitting on the dais, and lovable faculty and students who are sitting there, a very good morning to all of you. You know, what a surprise, what a coincidence. Professor Sandilnathan said he wanted to do English, but he was pushed. You know. Same thing happened in my life also. Not in my life. Somebody sitting there, my wife, Chitra by name, please stand up. She wanted to do English. Number of years back. I'm talking about 1967, 68, around that time. 67, I believe. So she wanted to do English. That time, no, people were talking about her marriage. I told her father, you put her in mathematics. She said no. She refused to do mathematics. Then I said, I will not marry her. If you want me to marry you, do mathematics. Don't worry, you may fail, forget. But do mathematics. So it's a coincidence, you know. Don't worry about the marks. Marks are not important. Your attitude is important. Mathematics is a language of God. The whole creation is full of mathematics. We look at the world in the framework of mathematics only. Isn't it? The physical world is understood in the framework of mathematics. But if you want to understand mathematics, you have to go to logic. Mathematics is understood in the framework of logic. Logic means the power of reasoning. We're all intellectuals, isn't it? Are we not intellectuals? We are. So it's the power of reasoning that is called logic. So many things are there, you know, in logic. If you want to understand logic, you have to study logic in the framework of philosophy. Philosophy is ultimate. If you want to have philosophy, you cannot learn philosophy. We're all basically philosophers. All of us are philosophers. Okay. That philosophy, it is not learned, it is a gift from God. Again, philosophy is mathematics oriented. I would like to recollect some important activity. I don't want to insult my grandfathers. My grandfather Ramachandran and his cousin Srinivas Ramanujan, they were all studying in Town High School, Kumbakonam. Am I right? Town High School, no? Town High School, Kumbakonam. They were doing intermediate that time. Ramachandran, he passed mathematics, with all good marks and all. Srinivas Ramanujan miserably failed. 2-3 times he failed. These two guys didn't know what to do. Okay, we have done somehow, we managed. One person is intermediate pass, the other person is intermediate fail. What to do? They moved to Chennai, Madras. Ramachandran got into High Court, Madras High Court as a Gumasta. Gumasta means clerk. Srinivas Ramanujan, he got into Port Trust of Madras. Port, seaport, there. He got a job as a Gumasta. Okay, Ramachandran was very proud of himself. Hey, come on, you see, I passed mathematics, he miserably failed. But what happened to Ramachandran? He could not achieve anything in his life. He died at the age of 32. His wife, Bhagyalakshmi, Bhagyam, we say, she also immediately died. The same year, Srinivas Ramanujan also died. But Srinivas Ramanujan, though he failed in mathematics number of times, he became a fellow of Royal Society in England. That is his achievement, because he understood that mathematics is the language of God. He is a true devotee of God. He was able to write so many combinatorial theorems. Many of them I have. Based on his concept known as a golden ratio. So many people, some of my friends, they're all Nobel laureates, they're all working. In the virus genome analytics, people have made use of a golden ratio. I myself worked. One French Nobel Prize winner is no more now. He also worked. He used to write letters to me. One John Bolabolabas by name, he's in England. He was the youngest student at that time when Ramanujan was there in England, actually. He is alive. He is coming here to meet me in the month of April. Very old man. You understand, no? So, your marks are not important. I don't give any importance to your marks, your grades, your degrees, nothing like that. Your attitude is important. Your quest, you should have the desire to have knowledge, because knowledge is the supreme power. You have come across. I've been advisor to so many chief ministers. I was right hand to the Prime Minister of India. But what happened to them? They just disappeared. But these scientists, real scientists I'm talking about, what happened to our country? Where is C.V. Raman, Jagdish Chandra Bose, Pathasarathi, Hargobind Khurana? What happened to all these people? Why we are not able to produce such wonderful people? Because the time is like that, the present day time. People are running behind money, money, money. That's it. Money power, positional power, at the cost of knowledge. Please understand, I was born in a very poor family. I belong to Golden Rock. All of you know, no? Golden Rock? My father, Ponmalai. அங்கே வந்து எங்கள் அப்பா வந்து ரயில்வேயில் இருந்தார். நாங்கள் ஒரு சின்ன வீட்டில் இருந்தவங்க. We used to walk down all the way. So I studied in a very important school. நாங்கள் அப்போ சாமியார் ஸ்கூல்னு கலாட்டா பண்ணிகிட்ருப்போம். Sacred Heart High School, one of the best schools in the state of Madras, I mean Tamil Nadu. அங்கே தான் நான் படித்தேன். Father Michael Sami and one German father, he was there, So I learnt guitar from him, how to play a guitar and some of the carol songs. Okay. எவ்வளவு நல்லா சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க தெரியுமா? இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி இல்லை. வெரி அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட் திங். அதுக்கப்புறம் அங்கேருந்து நடந்து வருவேன். கோல்டன் ராக் எங்கே இருக்குது, டோல்கேட் எங்கே இருக்குது, இந்த இடத்துல ஜமால் முகமது காலேஜ். I got a job, admission in St. Joseph's College, but it's too far off. I cannot walk. I could not. So I preferred to study in Jamal Muhammad College. We had a free education those time. Father, Syed Sahab, principal that time. I'm talking about 1966. உங்கள் அம்மா அப்பாலாம் கூட பிறந்திருக்க மாட்டாங்க அப்போ, இல்லையா? அந்த சமயத்தில் அங்கேருந்து நடந்து வந்து ஜமால் முகமது காலேஜில் ப்ரீ யூனிவர்சிட்டி பண்ணி பிஎஸ்சி ஃபிசிக்ஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் I got a saying, now I want to get into, nobody was there to guide me. என்ன பண்ணணும் தெரியல. I just believed God. God Almighty, save me. I remember, tap the door, it will be open. Ask for it, thy shall be given. Isn't it? சொல்கிறாங்க இல்லையா? கேட்கணும். போய் நம்ம மற்ற வாட்டம் போய் கேட்டால் நடக்குமா? Divine force. Even today I do that. Or actually, automatically the doors will open. Search for it, you will get it. தேடுங்கள் கிடைக்கும், தட்டுங்கள் திறக்கப்படும், இல்லையா? அந்த காலத்தில் இந்த பாட்டு நாங்கள்லாம் பாடிக்கிட்டு இருப்போம் 50 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னால். எதுக்கு சொல்ல வரேன்னா, அந்த படிக்கணுங்கிற அந்த ஆட்டிடியூட் இருக்கணும். மார்க்குக்காக படிக்காதீங்கப்பா, தயவுசெய்து. உங்கள் அறிவை வளர்த்துக்கிறதுக்காக படிங்க. கவலைப்படாதீங்க, பணம் வரும். அவ்வளோ ஒரு புவரஸ்ட் ஃபேமிலியிலேருந்து இப்போ நான் I should not say that I handle, you cannot even imagine in your lifetime. Nobody can imagine. அந்த மாதிரியான ஃபினான்ஷியல் பேக்ரவுண்ட். I can purchase all IITs. அந்த அளவுக்கு ஃபினான்ஷியல் சப்போர்ட்டு எனக்கு கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஏன்? தேடுங்கள், கேளுங்கள், தட்டுங்கள், கிடைக்கும். மனுஷன் நம்பி இறங்காதீங்க, இறைவனை நம்பி இறங்குங்க, எல்லாமே கிடைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு. என்னுடைய கலீக், சீனியர் கலீக், தி பிரசிடெண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா டாக்டர் அப்துல் கலாம், நாங்கள்லாம் ஒன்றா ஒர்க் பண்ணுவோம். மிசைல் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டில் நிறையா ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். அப்பா அவர் சொல்லுவார், டேய் நான் வடபடம் தான் கூப்பிடுவார். நான் அவர் என்னம்மா எப்படி இருக்கீங்கன்னு சொல்லுவேன். அப்பா எனக்கு சொல்லுவார், இங்கே பார், யூ ஆர் ஃப்ரம் அ வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சிக்னிஃபிகண்ட் ஃபேமிலி ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு. நீ வந்து உன் கடமையை செய், எதையும் எதிர்பார்க்காத. நீ ஒரு ஃபிலாசபர் பேசிக்லி பை பர்த் ஆல்சோ. உன்னோட கடமையை செய். எய்ம் அட் த ஸ்டார்ஸ், அட்லீஸ்ட் யூல் ரீச் த டாப் ஆஃப் த ட்ரீ. ஒர்க் ஃபார் தி கண்ட்ரி. எனக்கு சிட்டிசன்ஷிப் கிடைச்ச அமெரிக்காவில் 2-3 times they invited me. இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் அட்வான்ஸ் ஸ்டடீஸ், பிரின்ஸ்டன். அமெரிக்கன் ஜனாதிபதி எனக்கு கூப்பிட்டு இது கொடுத்தார். 92 வந்து he wanted me to become a citizen of the United States. Many of my students are there. என்கிட்ட படித்தவங்களாம் அங்கே பெரிய பெரிய ஆளாக இருக்காங்க. The NSF director was my student. என்கிட்ட கற்றுக்கிட்ட பசங்க. ஐஐடி கான்பூரில் நான் ப்ரொஃபஸராக இருக்கச்சா சொல்லிக் கொடுத்த அந்த இது. ஓகே, ஐம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் 84. சிம்பாலிக் கம்ப்யூட்டிங், அதுதான் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் இப்போ சொல்கிறோம். அதை கற்றுனவங்க தான் இப்போ வந்து ஜெனரேட்டிவ் ஏஐ அது இது சொல்லிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. சார் சொன்னார், ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் பண்ணுங்கப்பா. உண்மையிலே அது இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அது மிஷின் லேர்னிங், ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், அதுதான் ஃப்யூச்சர். Prime Minister clearly says that our future lies on that. Chat GPT தான் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் சொல்லி எல்லாம் படிச்சிட்ருக்காங்க. எனக்கு என்ன சொல்கிறதுன்னு தெரியல. இப்போது டீப் சீக் சைனீஸ்காரன் கொண்டு வந்துட்டான், ஒழிஞ்சது சாட் ஜிபிடி இல்லையா? ஸோ இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் டூல்ஸ் பற்றி படிக்காதீங்கப்பா, டூல்ஸ் எப்படி டெவலப் பண்ணுறங்க, இதுதான் நான் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். சார் சொன்னார் இது எம்ஆர்ஐலாம் பண்ணல, எம்ஆர்ஐ இமேஜஸ் எப்படி ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணுறது, 3 dimensional digital image processing. I was the father of it. Way back in 1984-85 கான்பூரில் நான் டெவலப் பண்ணேன். என்னோடய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸு ரிசர்ச் என்ஜினியர்ஸ் எல்லாம் வச்சுட்டு டெவலப் பண்ணேன். அண்ட் தட் இஸ் வாட் இஸ் கால், இப்போ வந்து நம்ம இதுக்கு என்ன சொல்கிறது, அடோப் ஃபோட்டோஷாப். இட் டுக் பர்த் மை லேப். HTTP protocol, இந்த ப்ரோட்டோக்கால் வந்து இட் வாஸ் டெவலப் பை ஓன் ரிசர்ச் என்ஜினியர்ஸ். அந்த மாதிரி இந்தியாவில் நாம் வந்து செய்கிற அத்தனை கண்டுபிடிப்புகளும் அமெரிக்காவில் வந்து பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. யாரை குறை சொல்கிறது? இதுலேயே எத்தனையோ பேர், ஐன்ஸ்டைன் இருக்கலாம், நியூட்டன் இருக்கலாம், சிவி ராமன் இருக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு எந்த விதமான சப்போர்ட், எனக்கு எந்த விதமான சப்போர்ட்டும் இந்தியாவில் கிடையாது. அதனால் நான் அதை பற்றி நான் வந்து வருத்தப்படுறதில்லை. பட் ஐ வாஸ் அப்பாயிண்டட் as a professor in Russian government, Russian Academy of Engineering. நான் அப்ளை பண்ணலை, அவளே கூப்பிட்டு கொடுத்தது. சார் நீங்கள் வந்து ப்ரொஃபஸராக இருங்க, ஹைதராபாத்லேயே இருந்து பண்ணுங்க. அவங்க இங்கே வராங்க, 25 பேர் டாப் கிளாஸ் சயின்டிஸ்ட். டாப் கிளாஸ்னால் டாப் கிளாஸ். மார்க்கோவ், Andreyevich Markov, the inventor of probability theory. Kotelnikov, the inventor of communication systems. பெரிய பெரிய ஆளாக இருக்காங்க. Majority of the people, they're all by 70+. எனக்கே 76 ஆகிடுது. அவங்களாம் வராங்க, என்னை தேடி வராங்க, இந்தியாவுக்கு தேடி வருகிறார்கள். இங்கே ஒரு இண்டோ ரஷ்யன் அகாடமி ஆஃப் சயின்சஸ் ஃபார் அட்வான்ஸ்ட் ரிசர்ச். ப்ரைவேட்டில், கவர்மெண்ட்னு போச்சுன்னா அவ்வளோதான், முடிஞ்சு போச்சு கதை. ஸோ ப்ரைவேட்டாக பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி அவங்க ஆசைப்பட்டு என்கிட்ட பேசுகிறதுக்கு இங்கே வராங்க. இங்கே பர்மிஷன் கொடுத்தா இங்கேயே அந்த இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். பர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கலன்னா மாஸ்கோவில் நான் ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டு போகிறேன். வாட் இஸ் தேர்? பெரிய விஷயமே இல்லை. அந்த ரெஸ்பெக்டில் ஐ கேன் இன்வால்வ் ஆல் தீஸ் அகாடமிக் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ். இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் அட்வான்ஸ் ஸ்டடீஸ் பிரின்ஸ்டன் மாதிரி இங்கே ஒன்று கொண்டு வரணும் எனக்கு ஒரு ஆசை. என்னால் தான் அங்கே போக முடியல. I was appointed. I got a job in Lincoln Laboratory, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. எதிர்பார்க்க முடியுமா? Government of India didn't permit me to go. No objection certificate கொடுக்கல. கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லல, கொடுக்கல. So I understood. It's okay. You don't work for recognition. இவ்வளோ பாரு, 105 பேருக்கு நான் PhD கொடுத்துருக்கேன். 17 people did postdoctoral research with me. 10 நோபல் லாரட்டுக்கு ஈக்குவல் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். நோ ரெக்கக்னிஷன் அட் ஆல். கர்மண்யவாதி காரஸ்தே மா ஃபலேஷு கதாச்சர மா மனுஸ்மரியுத்தியச்ச. இப்போ வாழ்க்கையில் நான் சண்டை போட்டுட்ருக்கேன். இது குருக்ஷேத்திரம் மாதிரி சண்டை போடுறது. ஏதாவது போய் கத்தி சண்டை இல்லை, இன்டலெக்சுவல் வார். என்கிட்ட படித்த பசங்களாம் நிறைய பேர் இப்போ IITயில் டைரக்டராக இருக்கான், ப்ரொஃபஸராக இருக்கான். புரியுதா? நான் வந்து ரெக்கக்னிஷனுக்காக எதுவும் சொல்லலை. எந்த அவார்டு எனக்கு தேவையும் கிடையாது. என்னோடய அவார்டெலாம் நீங்கள் தான். யுவர் க்ரோத், த ஃப்யூச்சர் இண்டியன்ஸ். நீங்கள் நல்லா படித்து பெரிய ஆளாகி கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுங்கள். சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் டெக்னாலஜி, ஸ்பிரிச்சுவாலிட்டி, ரிசர்ச் பண்ணுங்கள். இந்த மாதிரி ரிசர்ச் பண்ணால் ஃபண்டமெண்டலி வாட் யூ நீட் இஸ் மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ். புரியுதா? மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸில் எவ்வளவோ இருக்குது, விஷயங்கள்லாம் இருக்குது. அது ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ், ஓகே, அது இருக்குது. ஹில்பர்ட், டேவிட் ஹில்பர்ட், யூஆர் த மேன். ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ் தியரி பண்ணார். அதில் எவ்வளவோ பிரச்சனைகள், பேரடாக்ஸஸ்லாம் நிறையா வரும். நான் வந்து ஐம் கோயிங் டு டாக் அபவுட் தட் இந்த நெக்ஸ்ட் இதில் லெக்சரில் கொடுக்க போகிறேன். எல்லாம் கவனமாக கேளுங்க. Intuitionistic mathematics, L.E.J. Brouwer from Netherlands, he started it. அதில் நிறையா இன்ட்யூஷன் வந்ததுனால கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவிசம் கம்மியாக போச்சுங்கிறதுனால ஆந்திரேவிச் மார்க்கோவ் 1950, அன்றைக்கி தான் நான் பிறந்தேன். அப்போ யங் மேன், அவர் கண்டுபிடிச்சது தான் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ். அதில் எக்கச்சக்கமாக ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி அதை பற்றி தான் நான் இப்போ பேச போகிறேன். கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் செட்ஸ் அண்ட் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஸ்பேசஸ்ன்னு சொல்லிட்டு, புரியுதா? அதில் மெயினாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி சான்ஸ்கிரிட் இஸ் த பெஸ்ட் லாங்குவேஜ் ஃபார் கம்ப்யூட்டர் கோடிங். பாணினின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒருத்தர் கிராமர் பண்ணினார், டுக்ரிஞ்சுன்னு பேர் அதுக்கு. இப்போது அந்த கிராமர் நான் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கேன், எண்ட் ஜஸ்டிஃபைடு போஸ்ட் டூரிங் ரீரைட்டிங் சிஸ்டம்ஸ் வித் எம் கிராமர். எம் கிராமர்னா மார்க்கோ கிராமர் நான் தான் கண்டுபிடிச்சேன், பட் என் தலைவர் மார்க்கோ பேரை கொடுத்துட்டேன் அதுக்கு. மார்க்கோ எம் கிராமர்னு அதுக்கு பேர். யூனிவர்சல் கிராமர் அது. அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் சிம்பாலிக் கம்ப்யூட்டிங், அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ். அதனால் நல்லா படிங்க, பிகாஸ் man's quest for knowledge has driven him to scale the heights of mountains and cross intractable seas and oceans. The quest for knowledge is important. Don't, அதை காசுன்னு சொல்லி இது பண்ணி அவமானப்படுத்தாதீங்க இல்லையா? நாலேஜபிள். இப்போ வித்வான் எங்கே போனால் அவனுக்கு ரெஸ்பெக்ட் இருக்கும். பணக்காரனுக்கு, ஒரு ராஜாவுக்கு, ஒரு சீஃப் மினிஸ்டரோ பிரைம் மினிஸ்டரோ அந்தந்த இடத்துல தான் அவனுக்கு அங்கே ரெஸ்பெக்ட் இருக்கும். ஐ ஒர்க் வித் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர்ஸ். என்னுடைய சொந்தக்காரங்களாம் பிவி நரசிம்மரோட ஃபேமிலி, அவங்களாம் நிறைய பேர் நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். அதோடு அவங்க கதை முடிஞ்சிடும். ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஒரு வித்வானாக நீங்கள் போகிறச்ச, வெளியே போகிறச்ச, எங்கே போனாலும் உங்களுக்கு ரெஸ்பெக்ட் இருக்கும். நீங்கள் இருந்தாலும் சரி, இல்லாமல் போனாலும் சரி. ராமானுஜரை பற்றி இப்போ டுடே வி ஆர் டாக்கிங் இல்லையா? பல பாஸ் இஸ் கமிங் டு மீட் மீ. ஏன், எதுக்கு காரணம் என்ன? அவருடைய அச்சீவ்மெண்ட்ஸ். எ ஃபெயில்டு கேண்டிடேட் ஹி ஹஸ் டன் ஸோ மச் ஒர்க் இன் காம்பினேட்டோரியல் மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ். அதனால் அது ஒரு இதாக எடுத்துக்கோங்க. இப்போ நான் சொன்னது அத்தாரிட்டேட்டிவ் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸ் கொடுக்குறேன். நான் உயிர் வாழ்கிறது உங்களுக்காக தான், ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு தான். எந்த வேலையும் நான் பண்ணலை, ஒன்லி ரிசர்ச். இல்லைனா 105 பேருக்கு நீ பிஹெச்டி கொடுக்க முடியுமா? திங்க் பண்ணி பாருங்கள். ஞானானந்தமயம் தேவம் நிர்மல ஸ்வடிகாகிருத்திம் ஆதாரம் சர்வ வித்யானாம் ஹயக்ரீவம் உபாஸ்மகேன்னு சொல்லுவோம். God is in the form of knowledge. God is universal consciousness. Universal consciousness is the blend of universal knowledge and universal energy. அதுக்கு தான் Godன்னு சொல்கிறோம். புரியுதா? That's what I have understood. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed awestruck hearing your motivational speech on the beauty and advancements in the field of mathematics, and the life lessons and achievements you've shared with us has truly inspired us.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. We now request Dr. Rexlin J. Kumari, Assistant Professor of Mathematics, to express a words of gratitude.
I will give thanks to the Lord with my whole heart. I will recount all of your wonderful deeds. Psalms chapter 9 verses 1 and 2. Gratitude is the foundation of happiness. May our thanksgiving be filled with both gratitude and happiness. Today we thank God for guiding us through the symphony of knowledge and wisdom, making the inauguration of this international conference a successful moment. At the outset of this pleasant gathering of great academicians, I am privileged to stand before you all on behalf of the organizing team to express my gratitude to everyone gathered here. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Reverend Sister Dr. Sarguna, Secretary, Holy Cross College. Thank you, Sister, for your gracious felicitation, blessings, and unwavering prayerful support for the success of this event. Indeed, I am glad to offer a sincere thanks to Reverend Sister Dr. Rajakumari, Principal, Holy Cross College. Thank you, Sister, for your exemplary leadership in guiding our institution towards an academic excellence and enlightenment in organizing this successful international conference. I articulate my profound sense of billion thanks to Dr. S. Sendilnathan, Director, FAC, UGC Human Resource Development Center and Professor, Department of Educational Technology, Bharathidasan University, Tiruchirappalli. Thank you, sir, for your valuable contributions and expertise on 21st century skills, cross-disciplinary and transdisciplinary research that you have enriched the academic community towards inaugural address. I extend my heartfelt gratitude Dr. E.G. Rajan, Professor of Signal Processing, Chairman, Pentagram Group of Companies, India, UK and USA. Thank you, sir, for encouraging with your words of wisdom on Indian knowledge system. I also thank Mrs. Chitra Govindarajan, Trustee, Institute of Ancient Philosophy, Director, Pentagram Technologies. Thank you, Madam, for your exceptional and enlightening the MOU signing ceremony. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Janathanan Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, School of Biomedical Engineering, Jimma Institute of Technology, Jimma University, Ethiopia, for gracing us with your presence as the resource person at the international conference. I would like to thank our special guest, Dr. M.C. Linesh, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, School of Natural Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Calicut, Kerala, for gracing this occasion. I thank Reverend Father Professor Philbert Umilia, Vice Chancellor, Mwenge Catholic University, Tanzania, East Africa, for conducting this collaborative international conference through hybrid mode. I also thank Dr. Teresia Boniface Mukenda, lecturer in mathematics and statistics, Mwenge Catholic University, Tanzania, East Africa. Madam, your willingness and generosity in accepting our invitation to be a resource person have greatly contributed to making this event a successful one. I thank all the resource persons and chairpersons for your invaluable contributions to the conference. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Vice Principals, Controller of Examinations, Dr. W. Rita, Dean of Research, Dr. Mary Jayanti, Dean of International Affairs, Dr. Leena, Dean of School of Mathematical Computation Sciences, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Iona, PRO, Dr. Ines, and all the deans, heads, and staff of various departments. I would also like to express my gratitude Dr. M. Mary Mejurlo Merlin, Organizing Secretary, Head and Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Mathematics, for her exceptional organizing capacity, meticulous planning, and gentle guidance, which played a pivotal role in making this international conference a resounding success. Her dedication and efforts have been truly commendable. Thank you for your outstanding leadership and support. I would like to record my gratitude to the dedicated faculty of the PG and Research Department of Mathematics for their exceptional collaboration and teamwork in organizing the international conference. I also extend my thanks to the participants from various colleges, research scholars, UG and PG students of Mathematics Department, online and offline participants, for their presence and active involvement, which enriched the conference and made it a memorable experience for everyone involved. Thank you all for your valuable contributions and support. Especially, I thank Sister Fabiana for the moral and prayerful support. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team members, Dr. Lima, Dr. Joy Beulah, and the office bearers of Mathematics Association, Ms. Satya, Akshaya, and Rakshita Priya, for making this international conference a grand success. Happiness is the key to success. Success is the sum of small efforts. It is not achieved alone. It is the symphony of collaboration, dedication, and passion that harmonizes the grandeur of accomplishment. With gratitude, I extend my thanks to all the contributed to the success of this international conference on recent trends in applications of mathematics. Your collective brilliance has illuminated the path of knowledge, inspiring us all to reach greater heights. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your explicit words of gratitude.
We thank all the organizers and the participants for joining us for this inaugural meeting for the International Conference on the Recent Trends of the Applications of Mathematics. Thank you, one and all. Dear participants, let us have a tea break now, which will be provided outside the hall. Thank you. Participants, you're requested to come back to the same hall at 11:15 sharp. Thank you. For the kind attention of the paper presenters, the venue for paper presentation will be displayed outside this hall, and we request the paper presenters to hand over your PPTs to the staff in charges who will be available outside the hall. I repeat, for the kind attention of the paper presenters, the venue for the paper presentation will be displayed outside this hall, and we request the paper presenters to hand over your PPTs to the staff in charges who will be available outside this
Check. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants and students, kindly come and settle down in the hall immediately. We are about to start the first technical session. Participants, we kindly request you to settle down immediately. We are about to start the first technical session. can view our inaugural function and all the events, the technical sessions of this international conference through the HCC Trichy official live stream YouTube channel. It's posted in the conference group. So for your kind attention, you can view all the events of ICRTAM 2025, which is live streamed in HCC Trichy official YouTube channel. Thank you.
Gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom, and sharing it is the first step to humanity. Now we move on to the first technical session of ICRTAM 2025. With pleasure, I invite Reverend Sister Dr. Fabiana Jacinta Mary, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Mathematics, to take over the session.
Good morning, one and all. I am very glad to stand all before you to introduce our chief guest, the resource person of this first technical session, Professor Dr. Ethirajan Govindarajan. Dear Professor, it is a great pleasure to have you with us today. As the esteemed chairman of Pentagram Research, your contributions to advancing knowledge and innovation inspire us all. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. We look forward to learning from your insights and fostering a deeper exchange of ideas to shape the future of research and academia. Dr. E.G. Rajan's career is compelling narrative of synergistic excellence across academia, industry, and research. His profile reveals a distinguished academician, a pioneering researcher, a successful entrepreneur, and a dedicated mentor, all interwoven into a tapestry of significant contributions to the field of engineering and technology. His CV is very, very long, to 37 pages. I am very sorry I am not able to enumerate everything, but I can say the major points of his contributions. Academic leadership and impact. Dr. Rajan's academic journey is marked by a deep commitment to education research, as he was expressing in the keynote address. His roles as board member, principal, professor, and dean at various institutions demonstrate his dedication to shaping educational landscapes and fostering intellectual growth. His recognition as the best instructor at IIT Kanpur for 2 consecutive years underscores his exceptional teaching abilities and commitment to student success. Furthermore, his guidance to numerous PhD, masters, and undergraduate students reflects his passion for mentorship and nurturing future generation of researchers. Currently, 25 PhD scholars are pursuing, and 60 MTech students and 40 BTech students under him. Research and development prowess. Dr. Rajan's research is characterized by its breadth, depth, and practical relevance. His work spans fundamental areas like image understanding, computer vision, and pattern recognition, as well as applied areas like biometrics and automated systems. Securing funding from prestigious organizations like the Ministry of Human Resources, nearly 2,600 crores, and AICT underscores and the value and impact of his research. His project experience ranging from developing high throughput cellular logic array processing structures to creating computer vision laboratories and designing automated currency checking systems showcases his ability to translate theoretical concepts into tangible outcomes. His work with the pentagram research on pattern recognition and fingerprint classification further emphasizes his expertise in cutting-edge technologies. Entrepreneurial vision and leadership. Dr. Rajan's entrepreneurial spirit is exemplified by his role as the founder and president of Pentagram Research, a partner company of Sun Microsystems. This venture demonstrates his ability to bridge the gap between research and industry, translating innovative ideas into real-world applications. His leadership roles, such as director of Saha Institute of Technology, further showcase his capacity to manage and lead organizations in the technology sector. His involvement in various professional organizations, including ACM and ISTE, and his editorial roles with international journals, especially in collaboration with the 46 international journalists for editing and publication, highlight his engagement with the broader scientific community and his commitment. He was recognized and acclaimed. Yes, Dr. Rajan's significant contributions have garnered widespread recognition and acclaim. Being named a man of the millennium is a testament to his lasting impact and influence. His inclusion in Who is Who by bibliographical records in Cambridge further underscores his standing in the global scientific community. His roles as editor for AMSC, special invitee at the Russian Academy of Sciences, and elected member of the International Federation of Systems Research reflect his international recognition and engagement with diverse scientific communities. Software innovation and development. Dr. Rajan's developmental activities showcase his ability to translate theoretical concepts into practical applications. His proficiency in various programming languages and his development of software packages for image processing, pattern recognition, and currency checking demonstrate his commitment to innovative and creating real-world solutions. To mention one, his work with the cellular logic array processing and other software suites. Publication. Dr. Rajan's numerous publications, including books on various aspects of computing and information technology, demonstrate his commitment. His publications cover a wide range of topics, from specialized technical areas to more general introductions to information technology, reflecting his ability to communicate complex concepts. In summary, Dr. E.G. Rajan is a true polymath seamlessly integrating academic excellence, research innovation, entrepreneurial vision, and a deep commitment to mentorship and knowledge dissemination. His multifaceted career reflects a profound dedication to advancing the frontiers of engineering and technology, leaving a lasting legacy that will continue to inspire and shape the future. We are fortunate to have you, Professor, with us today. So we are delighted and eagerly waiting for your presentation. I hand over this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Generally, whenever I come to Tamil Nadu, I speak in Tamil, but the whole world is listening to me, I understand. There's a live telecast is going on, so I would prefer to speak in English. Is it okay for you, all of you? Yes, Thank you. Today's topic: constructive sets and function spaces. Yeah, that's good. What is this all about, constructive set? We all know sets, isn't it? Set. How do you define a set? Let's be interactive. I wish some of the students to come forward to interact with me. Okay? It's a hardcore new intervention in the field of mathematics. Okay? I want somebody to come and interact with me. You can be with me here. Or I will point out a faculty member. You will be in a very embarrassing situation. Students, please come. One student, please come. A daring student who knows mathematics. Oh, that's fantastic. Then who is going to take care of that? Yeah, please. Yeah. Come near. What's your name? Raghavi. Yeah, you be there. Raghavi, we are going to talk on a new notion called constructive sets. What do you understand by set?
Set is a collection of well-defined objects.
Very good. Very good. What do you mean by well-defined?
Well-defined means we can point out what are all the elements which will come under that collections.
All right. Now, set of human beings. We are all here, okay? Outside I see a number of trees. Some dogs moving around here and there. Fortunately, no buffaloes here. Okay. So a lot of people, a lot of animals are moving around here and there. We all put together. Can you form a set?
Set of all living beings.
Very good. Set of?
Set of all living beings.
All living species. You can say that. The set of human beings is a subset of that. Okay? Set of females, set of males, form different sets. Set of students and set of faculty members. All these things, set means one and the same. Okay. But we define a set by means of a definition, in the sense a property. If you satisfy this property, you belong to that set. Otherwise, you are not. You have to satisfy a property. This is what actually in Sanskrit people said in those olden days, 15,000 years back. Okay. Panini was a person who wrote grammar, for the language. These people, they were writing, machine translation of Indian languages. My wife and other people, Vinit Chaitanya, a lot of people, they were working on that. In computer science department, IIT Kanpur. They're all based on grammar. Grammar means well-defined rules. So you define by means of a property. The classification is important. Nature itself has classified all of us. Yes or no? So property is important. So instead of talking on the elements, why don't we talk on property? Okay? This thought came to me way back in 1984. We developed this. Based on this definition, object-oriented language, OOPS, that was started. It was started in IIT Kanpur, in my department actually. Okay? OOPS, object-oriented. It means set, class, etc. Set of sets. I'm going to explain to you all these things. So, instead of talking about the numbers, instead of talking about the elements, you talk about the property. Is it not possible to define a property?
It is possible to define.
It is possible. Okay, you can, in a linguistic manner, you can do that. So it is a linguistic set. Okay, I'm going to explain to you everything. Okay, now we'll begin our talk. Russell's paradox. Paradox means what? I'm not going to talk straight away the mathematics here. I'm going to, in language form, I'm going to explain to you. What do you understand by paradox, Raghavi?
Don't know, sir.
Come on, think. Hey, whatever you are talking is paradoxical. Self-contradiction. You are telling something one, you are contradicting your own statement. And that's called paradox. Yes or no? So this antinomy or a paradox, self-contradicting statements. Russell was the person who introduced this, Bertrand Russell. The whole mathematics completely broke down. Whatever theorems and algebras and other things brought out by David Hilbert, completely smashed because of this. In set theory, set, superset, subset. How do you define element? It should belong to that, defining that property. Now, people said universal set is a set of itself. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Universal set is
A set of
a set of universal set. How is it possible? Set means should contain something. Isn't it? Set should contain. Then a containment problem has come now. Self-contradicting statement it is. That is how Russell, he brought that paradox. Universal set is not a subset of itself. But all sets, they're all subsets of itself. But the universal set cannot be a subset of itself. So the definition fails there. Everybody was worried. David Hilbert, he got a heart attack. Oh my God, whatever I introduced, everything gone to dogs now. this man has brought out something. Example. You promise that you say, you talk truth always or tell lies?
Truth always.
Always truth. Whatever statement you make is a true statement, true.
Yes, sir.
It's not false. It's not a lie.
No.
You never lie.
No, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Whatever statement she says is not a lie, it's true always. Now you made a statement, no? Now only you made a statement. Whatever statement I make, it's a true statement. Is that statement true or lie?
True, sir.
It's called self-applicability. So if you say that whatever statement you talk is true or lie or whatever you may say, that becomes contradicting to each other. The same statement becomes contradicting. It's called self-contradicting statements. It's called liar's paradox. Whatever I speak is nothing but lie. You say that? Complimenting you. Whatever statement.
Whatever statement I say is a lie.
Lie. Apply that to the statement what you said. So whatever statement I make is a lie, itself is a lie. Yes or no? So you are contradicting yourself. Oh my God. So that is the problem. You understand? This is called liar's paradox. Achilles paradox. So many things are paradoxes are there. You understand now what I say? I am addressing, it means I am addressing all of you. If anybody, I hear some snoring sound, I will directly walk, hand over the mic to them. I will ask some questions in mathematics. Okay? I will not leave you until otherwise you answer. So don't sleep. You understand what I said? So we have to redefine the set, the theory itself. This is what Andrei Andreevich Markov did in 1950 when I was a child. Okay? Nobody listened to him. He introduced a theory of the potential realizability of infinity. It is exactly the same theory what Ramanujacharya introduced in this country. A special theory of non-dualism, Visishtadvaitam. All the Russian scientists are coming here to meet me. Almost 25 top-class mathematicians of Russian Academy of Sciences, they are coming here to meet me, to learn Visishtadvaitam. You understand? So they give that much importance to knowledge. All right, shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
If I keep on talking, I'll keep on talking. All right. Now, 1950, he said, L.E.J. Brouwer, another Netherlands mathematician. So after looking into Russell's paradox, he is a philosopher. He's a very big man. Okay? He introduced what's known as intuitionistic mathematics. It is closely associated with the Indian knowledge system, Vedic mathematics. Okay? In our conference, somebody is going to offer Vedic mathematics. Okay? It's not religion, please understand. Veda means to know. Vedam means knowledge. It's nothing to do with religion. Okay? Next. 1950, Markov and Agorny, these people introduced constructive mathematics and abstraction of potential realizability. It's a mathematical interpretation of Ramanujacharya's Visishtadvaitam. I am standing at this age. Who is older? You are older than me. Come on, man, sit. I'm addressing you. You are the representative of the students. Stand here. Or you want a chair? Okay, good. So 84, I introduced the notion of constructive sets and function spaces. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, Markov, my guru. You know, I'm his student. is no more. Such a wonderful mathematician of Russian Academy of Science, Steklov Institute of Mathematics. So #1 in the world. He was, in the previous USSR government imprisoned him. He was taken to Siberia. He was concentration camp and he died there. Because he revealed whatever inventions he made, he revealed to the entire country, entire world. That is the crime he has committed. I don't think Indian government will imprison me because I'm disseminating my knowledge throughout the world. You have to do. As an academician, you are supposed to do. Okay? Students are not only these students are there in US, in Canada. Many of my students are there. My duty is to disseminate the knowledge. So Markov said, the abstraction of potential realization, given time and space, I will be able to do anything. You might have heard about Turing, Alan Matheson, Turing machine and all. You heard about that? No idea. You know that. Yeah, it is difficult to say that a computing process is going to stop. It is an impossible event. That's what Hilbert said. It is a halting problem of Turing machine. It is impossible to stop a machine, computing machine. It's not possible for you to say in advance you're going to stop or not. That was an impossibility, unsolvable problem. Markov solved it. There is nothing called impossible. Anything has got a beginning, it has an ending. Date of birth, date of death. Brilliant girl, I said. I'll take you in our company. Okay. So now, he introduced the notion of normal algorithm. Artificial intelligence is nothing but algorithm development. Do not get carried away by so many. In Hyderabad, we have hundreds of companies. Artificial intelligence. 3-day course, 4-day course, 10 days course. You charge 50,000, 1 lakh. They try to give a machine. Chat GPT will be there. How to use Chat GPT? They become AI expert. Oh no. This is what is happening in India. We go by terminology. Everybody talks about terminologies. I have a little friend, he also knows. He talks, like the terminologies. So we have to give PhD, Doctor of Terminologies, like that we have to give. That's it. What is the meaning of intelligence? You should understand. What do you mean by intelligence? Intelligence means what? Are you intelligent or not? Say yes or no. You are. Huh? So how do you say that you are intelligent?
Intelligent is not only mathematical intelligence. We have various type of intelligence.
What?
One is kinesthetic intelligence, who is physically fit and who has good knowledge about our body. Usually people say intelligence is as mathematical intelligence only. We have various other intelligence also.
What is that?
Interpersonal skills.
And it's not intelligence.
It's a skill.
Dog. I had a dog. We lost him. Labrador. He was intelligent. The moment he sees, he will wag his tail. Okay? He can jump on me. So you mean to say that the interpersonal skill is there, no, between a man and a dog? Is it intelligence?
No.
Then what do you understand by intelligence? Reasoning ability. Intelligence. I'll give, something to you. You should understand why he is giving this. You have to ask questions. Why, how, what, where. The questioning mind. For that you need a database. You have to understand the patterns in the database. After understanding the patterns in the database, then you logically think and make decisions. Isn't it? So intelligent human beings are intelligent, and even animals are intelligent. Even mosquito is intelligent. Yes or no? It flies. Try to kill it, it flies here. Try to kill it, it flies here. The aerodynamical property of mosquitoes are better than our aircrafts. Isn't it? They are so intelligent. So like that, intelligence means decision making based on certain facts and data. You got the point what I said? So, algorithm development. Intelligent machine, look, my machine is sitting there. Another intelligent machine sitting there in front of that. Both are machines, isn't it? Madam, are you a machine? That is a point. Machine with life. This is also having life, you know, electricity is there. That's not the answer. That also has, is powered on, is live. It's a live computer. It's not a dead computer. You are also alive. And what is the difference between the computer and you? This is the question. This question I'm answering in all seminars and different places, spiritual seminars and highly scientific seminars. I'm explaining these things. We are all one and the same. You are made up of electrons and protons. That is also all materials. You're all made up of electrons and protons, bosons, mesons, and whatever subatomic particles you think. But what is the difference between you and the machine? You have the logical reasoning capability. It doesn't have. Then why do you say artificial intelligence? That is why we make use of that word artificial. We think in a particular way. You make the computer think in the same similar way. It doesn't have a brain, but it has a CPU, a microprocessor sitting. So microprocessor has got a register, arithmetic logical unit, isn't it? Arithmetic and logical, ALU, in the microprocessor is sitting. So make use of that logical aspect of it and give more. Create your own algorithms. You create an algorithm. You create an algorithm. Algorithm means what actually?
Step-by-step process.
Very good. Step by step what you are supposed to do, and that is called algorithm. Note down her number. So, algorithm is nothing but step by step, what I call, instruction that you give to a machine to function as per our requirement. That is called algorithm. The algorithm is created by you. By you, by all of you. You write algorithms. You code it in the form of zeros and ones and give it to the system. System works. As per your instruction, as per your algorithm, the system works. Artificial intelligence is the capacity that you give to a machine to create your own algorithm. You create your own algorithm based on the database. You create your own algorithm. And that is called artificial intelligence. I have addressed in the United States, I have been to Toronto, University of Toronto, I have been addressing. How do you make use of this kind of algorithm development? Automatic theorem proving machine, and that is called artificial intelligence, not ChatGPT. Okay? So you should have, for that what is it you are supposed to have? If you want to develop your own AI-based algorithms, and you have to feed the computer and make it work according to the need and requirement. Somebody is angry on me. Oh, no. So, you make the machine intelligent. Since you are able to create your own algorithms, the machine should be able to create its own algorithms based on database, based on various, requirements. So fundamentally, we created artificial neural network. Have you heard about that? ANN, neural network, 10 power 12, neurons are there in your brain. They're all connected to each other. You remember certain things. What's your father's name? Professor? You remember? Your grandfather's name? What is his name? Grandfather's name? What is your great-grandfather's name? It's difficult. But still you remember. Who was the first president of India? You know, but you had forgotten. Isn't it? Forgotten means what? You are not able to get that pattern. Any knowledge is stored in the brain in terms of patterns. Don't think, it's all the wrong thing people have been doing. In fact, I've been interacting with the Nobel laureate, Jeffrey, Hinton. He's there in University of Toronto. Recently, last year he got Nobel Prize for artificial neural network. But nobody gave me. Okay? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't need anything, okay? I am satisfied myself, that's it. What I want to say is, the artificial neural network is a connectivity problem. Every neuron is a processor. Every neuron is a processor. Interconnected. All the processors are interconnected. So when I was there in IIT Kanpur, first time in the world, we created our own parallel processing machine, making use of transmitter, computer, transputer. In mass, from England, we got that. We developed our own parallel processing system and parallel processing algorithms for fast image processing. For example, satellite image processing and all we have done. I was advisor to Department of Space that time. NRSA, National Remote Sensing Agency. I used to go there and train them on that, okay? So, the parallel processing. So, your brain also is a parallel processing machine. We try to identify that. 10 power 12 computers are there inside. Processors. Each neuron is a processor. We try to simulate that. We created our own, and we had given number of connections. We say input layer. You talk about the hidden layers, and more hidden layers we add. You call this as a deep learning. Somebody will come with an idea, very deep learning. Somebody will say extremely deep learning. Lot of idea people, they talk. Adding 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, like that. So depending on the need and requirement only you add. Okay? So deep learning, artificial intelligence. Yesterday I completed one paper. We sent it for publication. Okay. Oh. Some problem is there? Okay, no? All right. No problem. Just hold it. So, normal algorithm plays a vital role in this. What is the meaning of normal algorithm? You talk about an algorithm. You said no, an algorithm. You said no. Any simple algorithm you talk? You please tell me. Do you know any algorithm?
For what, sir?
Anything. How to add 2 numbers. There is an algorithm. How to multiply a number. 25 into 25. What is that?
625.
625. 35 into 35. 1225. 45 into 45. 2025. 55 into 55. I know. You know the algorithm. She knows the algorithm. You understand the importance of interactive lectures. Okay, that algorithm she knows. It is a Vedic mathematics algorithm. Okay? So, that's why he was able to do it quickly, fatafat, able to do that. So algorithm is a set of instruction I told you. Any algorithm you talk about, you can create a normal, equivalent, functionally equivalent normal algorithm. That is what Markov said. So normal algorithm, what does it mean by that? I'm going to talk about it. Yeah. Fundamentally, it's related to theoretical computer science. Okay, people who are, they're all mathematics or computer science people are here? No, only mathematics. Mathematics means computer only. Actually, computer science department was there in mathematics department. Rajaraman was there in Department of Mathematics, Computer Science. He attached to electrical engineering. You know Rajaraman, who wrote books? You may not know. He is a very big man. No more. We talk about fundamentally, it's known as alphabet. You have to define an alphabet. Okay? Alphabet means what? It's a set of, a list of, an unordered list of primitive symbols. English alphabet, A, B, C, D up to Z. Numerical alphabet, 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9. Am I right? So the collection of, an unordered collection of, you introduce order later, a collection of primitive symbols that is known as alphabet. It's very, very important, okay? Then you talk about a generic variable, psi, eta, mu. These variables will take on the individual symbols as values. You know, algebra, you say no, x is equal to this much, isn't it? You say that no. X and y is equal to f of x. Y is equal to function of x.
Yes, sir.
You can say that. Y is equal to ax plus bx plus c. It's an equation. Ax squared plus bx plus c is a polynomial.
Quadratic equation.
Quadratic equation. Without y, it's a polynomial. If you equate it, it becomes equation. Quadratic equation. Isn't it? So what are the solutions for that? What is the solution for x squared plus bx plus c?
For linear equation. For linear equation, you have solutions for x and y.
What is that? Ax squared plus b is a quadratic equation. How do you find the solution?
By equating it to 0, sir.
Okay. Then?
You have to find the values of unknowns x and
What
y.
is that? Then there is an expression, minus b plus minus root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. You had forgotten.
I know, sir.
You know. Now you have forgotten. Now you remove. Anyhow. So this is a solution to that expression, equation, or whatever. So we take on values. How many number system, how many are there? Natural number system, rational,
integers, real numbers,
real.
And complex numbers.
And complex. Very good. Give a big hand to her. Natural number. What is the definition of a natural number? We are going to see all these things now. Fundamentals only I am going to teach you.
Natural numbers we have from 1 to infinity, sir.
What about 0?
0 is the additive identity which is not in the rational number. So in the whole number we have that 0,
that is
1,
how
2.
mathematicians taught you. Today I am teaching you 0 also is a natural number. Take it for granted. All faculty, please excuse me. Okay. Saying that you are wrong. It is wrong. 0 is a natural number. Successor of 0 is a natural number. If p is a natural number, then successor of p is also a natural number. They are called Peano's axioms for natural numbers. You got it? P-E-A-N-O, Peano's axioms of, it's a recurrence relation. You got that? Peano's axioms of a natural number. All right. So what about the integers?
You have positive numbers, negative numbers, and 0.
Yeah. positive numbers, negative numbers, and a zero. Right. Integers over. What about the rationals?
Rationals will be in a P by Q form where your Q is not equal to 0.
Very good. It's a ratio of numbers. P by Q. If a number is written in the form of a P by Q where Q is not 0, then it's a rational number. Correct? Then what do you mean by real number?
Real numbers have both rational numbers and irrational numbers.
Minus infinity to plus infinity. You have a real continuum. It's called what?
Real
continuum. Okay. How many real numbers are there in the real continuum?
Uncountables.
Fantastic answer. I thought she will say infinite. Give us your own colleague. Okay. Potentially denumerable, potentially enumerable. There are two words. Is potentially denumerable, not enumerable. Okay? Enumerable sets, they are finite sets. Denumerable sets are infinite sets. That's it. So it is a continuum. And this is the fundamental concept of topology. Okay? Topological spaces. Have you read topology?
Yes, sir.
You read something. There is something called open set, closed set, or something like that, isn't it? Semi-open, semi-closed. You might have gone through that. Fuzzy sets.
Yes, sir.
All the notions evolved out of topology. We have introduced what's known as extended topology. It's not only applicable for topological spaces, infinite sets, the so-called infinite sets. It's applicable to finite sets also. You can create infinity based on finiteness. Am I right? Limit n tends to 0. All right, I will ask you a question. Fundamentally, A is a set. X is a set consisting of two symbols, A and B. Now, what is the power set of X that is equal to A, comma B?
Power set. 2 power 2, 4.
What are they?
Empty set, singleton A, singleton B, and AB together.
Together. Great. So, X itself has become an element of the power set. Am I right? So, power set is called a set of set. The first power. All right? Now, you have to find how many elements are there? 2 to the power 4. Now, keep it as a set. Find out the power set of the first power. Let us say P2. How many elements you will have?
For power set.
Power 2, P2. P2 means power, second power. Base set X. Then P1 is the power set of X. Then P2 is the power set of the power set. How many elements you will have? 2 to the power?
2 power 4, sir.
How many?
16.
Enumerate. I'm going to talk about that here. Okay, quickly we'll go to that area now. Okay, so you'll have 16 elements. Then P3, the power of power, 2 to the power 16 elements will be there. Yes or no? All of you understand, no? Anybody feel sleepy? No, okay. So 2 to the power 16 elements are there. So if you keep on n tends to infinity, Pn, that is called a discrete Hilbert space. I call it as a Robinson space. Robinson is from the United States. We worked together. Then I gave his name. A lot of ideas he gave me. So we call it as a Robinson space. Okay? It is analogous to, or I would say equivalent to, discrete Hilbert space. Hilbert space, you know?
Complex Banach space.
Oh, good. Then what about fundamental space is vector space? From vector space you have a metric space. From metric space you have?
Inner product spaces.
Inner product space. Very good. Inner product space too?
Normed linear spaces.
Very good.
Then Banach space. Then
Banach space.
Hilbert space.
Then Hilbert space. Above that is Robinson space. Do you understand what I say? So nobody taught me these things. Just imagination. Never, get bogged down. Somebody's criticized. Many people, they said he's a madman. He talks something. Artificial intelligence, when I talked in the year 1973, okay, people said, this guy has gone mad like that. People will talk. Don't worry. In IIT Kanpur, people say, hey, this fellow has become cranky. He talks about artificial, this, that, and all. You ask her, how much of insult I had undergone. The more you get insulted, remember, you'll go up and up and up. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, take it like that. Never bog down to this kind of constructive criticism. You should listen. If you commit a mistake, I will say your mistake. You correct it. But the destructive criticism, just to delimit you, denigrate you. If somebody says, just smile at him. One day he will come and fall onto your feet. It happened in my life. Okay? Now, word. Word is a construct. You construct a word. Say, for example, English. We are constructing words, no? Word itself is a word. Am I right? From English language, word itself is a word. Like that you can construct. You construct, suppose I talk A, B, B, C, C, D, D, E, E. What answer you will give? It doesn't have any meaning, but it's a word. Meaningless word. The moment you give meaning to the word, it's called semantics. You can construct any word. It's called syntax. You can construct words syntactically using a grammar. You can always do that. But you have to attach semantics. This is what we have been doing number of years back. 35, 40 years back, 84, 85, that time, we have been working. In IIT Madras, somebody was working. Very senior man, He was working. That is called natural language processing. He took birth in India, in IIT Madras and IIT Kanpur. IIT Madras, Yagya Narayana Rao. Have you heard about him? Yagya Narayana Rao. He is the father of natural language processing. She is the mother of natural language processing. She was working on machine translation of Indian languages. We only introduced it. But nobody bothered. Everybody say, hey, crank like that. Hey, 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 they will laugh at us. We also, hey, 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 we laugh at them and go away. But we have been minding our business. Now the whole world has got the benefit out of that. That is where you have to, you understand what I said? So word, meaningful word that forms dictionary. Otherwise, no. I'll give a alphabet A. A, capital A, consists of 0. Only one symbol, 0. How many words you can construct out of that?
0. A contains only one 0.
Only one symbol. How many words you can construct using one symbol, 0?
Meaningful word or meaningless?
Syntactically. You have to construct words. How many words you can construct?
With one single letter.
Why not? Think. Anybody? I give only one symbol, 0. You have to construct words out of that single symbol. Anybody? Think quickly. Anybody, please. Get up and tell me how many words. One word you say. Suppose, let us say you are going to produce 10 words out of single symbol 0. Can you produce or not? Can you construct or not? Yes or no? No? Or yes? Anybody says yes? Do you know already? You learned from me. Okay. I am talking to these girls. 0 is a word. Empty word consisting of no symbol. Empty set, amma. Empty set consisting of no element. Empty set. Are we not considering in mathematics? Like that empty word lambda. Then one word 0. Another word 0, 0. Another word 0, 0, 0. Another word 0, 0, 0, 0. How many words you can construct like that? Potentially enumerable. That is, let us say, infinite. So, any alphabet you take, you can construct, I'll use this word infinite, because every time I cannot say potential, enumerable, denumerable and all, infinite let me use. You can construct infinite words. So the collection of all these infinite words constructed over the symbols in a given alphabet A, and that is a mathematical structure. That mathematical structure is called Freemonoid. You got that? You know the meaning of mathematical structure? Mathematical structure is a set of 3 elements. Number 1, the ground set. Number 2, the set of operations. Number 3, the set of relations. X, comma, R, comma, O, comma, R is a triple. You understand? That is called mathematical structure. Yes or no? What are the mathematical structures you know? 1 or 2?
We have groups.
Very good.
They are algebraic structure. Rings. And
Come on.
field is a set of scalars we have.
Only name only we give.
Vector spaces.
Oh, no.
That comes under space.
Mathematical structure I'm talking about. You talk about Freemonoid, you talk about monoid, you talk about semigroups, you talk about groups. You get abelian groups, non-commutative groups, Lie groups, isn't it? Then rings, commutative rings, non-commutative rings. Then you talk about what?
Symmetric group.
Symmetric groups, permutation group. Then, good, very good. Then rings, commutative ring, non-commutative rings. You talk about codes over rings, cryptography, which we have been teaching in IIT Kanpur. Experts are there. Codes over, okay, rings. Somebody got PhD on that. Rings. Then you talk about integral domains, ideals, right ideal, left ideal, isn't it? Then you talk about field. Then complex extension field. Like there's so many mathematical structures are there. So the fundamental mathematical structure is Freemonoid. Subset of a Freemonoid is called a formal language. Now you understood? These are all the things I want to teach you. Not the entire slides I'm not going to go through because it's too complicated. So many symbolism will be there. We'll run through. So subset of a Freemonoid is called what? A formal language. This formal language, this subset, we are going to define by means of a property. Now you understood, no? Oh, that is called set. From the Freemonoid, I'm going to define a property. If any element, satisfy this particular property, that forms what is known as set. That set is constructed by means of this property. That is why it's called constructive set. You got the point what I said?
Yes,
good.
Sir.
Very nice. Then you talk about factor. Let us say UVW is P is a word consisting of 3 words. Okay, UVW. U is a word, V is a word, P, W is a word. Now, U is called the left factor of P. W is called the right factor of P. V is known as the proper factor of P. Understand? All of you understand that? So that is called factor. Now we are going to talk about formulas, substitution formulas or production formulas in computer science, theoretical computer science we talk. For example, P is a word, Q is another word. You substitute this P by Q. Like a Turing machine, you just go through the whatever you have, the entire input. Wherever you have P, substitute by Q. Orderly manner. You do that. It's called simple substitution, one after the other. Then another substitution formula is called the terminal formula. You substitute the first occurring of P by Q and stop it. The computation process stops. So we are making use of only two production formulas, substitution formulas. You give any problem, I'll be able to write an algorithm using these two substitution formulas. You understand what I say? That we have done. Even the highest order of stochastic processes, probability theory, based on random variables, whatnot and whatnot, we can use these normal algorithms. You follow what I said? You can do that. That is why we call potential realizability. Now, formulas of the type, empty word is substituted by Q. Panini's grammar. Okay? But the grammar, Noam Chomsky, I met him, in fact. Noam Chomsky is a professor in MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the Department of Philosophy, the man who accepted my paper, Constructive Sets and Function Spaces. Okay. He's too big a man. Chomsky's hierarchy is known as. In computer science, you can understand easily. Now, applications, how do you apply F1, 10 substitute by 01. Keep on doing simple formula. 10 substitute by 01 and stop the process, substitution process, computation process. So what is my computation? Computation is nothing but counting. Right? Computation starts with counting. Any counting machine is a computer. You added values to that. Otherwise, fundamentally, every computer is basically a counter. All right? We have counter in the machine. We have counters and registers. You might have gone through the hardware. If you study, you will understand that. So you can see here the first formula, substitution you apply completely. All 10s have been replaced by 0s and 01. Natural termination process. This is where, people said Turing computability, unsolvable part, David Hilbert said. Okay, you cannot say that computation process comes to an end. Not possible. But it is possible as per the law of potential realizability. Other thing you see that F2, 10 is replaced by 01, stopped. Computation process stopped. Next time. Now, here, what is the meaning of normal algorithm? It is an ordered list. Somebody is snoring. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth row. Somebody is snoring there. Okay. So, you can see ordered list of production formulas. Ordered is very important. Okay? I know that I am starting right from A, I, E, U, like that. Learning fundamentals is extremely difficult. You can say this, that, A plus B whole square, I know. But if I ask A plus B whole cube, what is A plus B whole cube?
A cube plus 3A square B plus 3B square A plus B cube.
She remembers. All right. Now, recursive functions, Turing machines, Emile-Post, working hypothesis, and Markov algorithms play equivalent roles. I prefer Markov's number of years back, 40 years back. I preferred this because nobody worked on that. People were afraid of working on Russian mathematics. If you work on Russian mathematics, you cannot go to America. Oh, you've been working on Russian, you don't come here, go. Visa cancelled, they will say. I took the daring step of working on Russian mathematics. Extraordinary people, there is no doubt about it. Now, next time. Madam? Yeah. Here you can see P1, Q1. P1 is the pattern. This is how I introduce the concept. P1 is a pattern. It may be a word, it may be an array of words or array of symbols. This array replaces it with another array. P is a pattern, Q is its value. So P1, Q1. I use a symbol called delta. If delta belongs to lambda or dot. Lambda means, it's an empty word, okay? So if lambda is empty word, it becomes a simple formula. If lambda takes on the value dot, it means becomes a terminal formula. So it is a list of simple formulas and terminal formulas. Now, there are 3 channels, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, these are it's called partial recursive function. Have you heard about that? Partial recursive function? I don't think it's a higher order algebra. You people may know that. So there are 3 channels. How many formulas are there? N formulas are there. Channel 1, right through. Channel 2, left hand side. Channel 3, right hand side. There are 3 channels. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, given a word P, remember, given a word P, you search for P1. Whether P1 is available. P1 is a variable for a word. Whether it's available or not, you search for it. If it is available, replace by Q1. Otherwise, don't worry. You go to the next formula. Try for P2. Not available. Then try for P3. Not available. Keep on doing up to Pn. Pn is also not available. It means this algorithm, substitution algorithm, is not applicable to the word P. You understood, no? So this normal algorithm is not applicable to P. That is how we should decide. Channel 1. Next slide, please. Next slide we see, assume that Pi is available. Then substitute the first occurring. You have to start from left to right, you have to do. Okay? Lexicographically, you should read from left to right. The first occurring Pi, substitute by Qi, take the control, the resulting elementary transformation, whatever the new word you have generated. This is called generative AI. People just use generative AI, chat, GPT, HPT, something, whatever they feel like. They're all good. I'm not saying no. It's basically natural language processing. Fundamentals they have used, which we taught. IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras. These people should salute Yagyanarayana Rao for that. Anyhow. So this is, the control is taken. That is transformed, elementarily transformed word is taken over and again fed back. It's called partial recursive function. Okay? Next slide, Emma. Yeah. Now, assume that PI is available, but the program says it is a terminal formula. Delta is a dot. In that case, the elementarily transformed string is taken out as an output. All of you understand that? These are the fundamentals of generative AI. This is the fundamental that is used in generative AI. You got that point? So if you know algorithm, normal algorithm, you are an expert. You can become a #1 artificial intelligence expert in the world. In fact, I'm giving a course. Batch 1 is over. The second batch I'm starting, 15th, her birthday, 15th onwards. Anybody is interested, you can register for the course. 1-year course, online course, only evenings, 8 to 9, So it will be convenient for faculty and the students and the professionals. If you're interested, you can do it. So, I told you the partial recursive function, okay? Next slide, please. Yeah. Some examples are given. How to write a normal algorithm, some examples are given. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, Marco has created a hierarchical semantical system of languages called YA alpha. That inverted R is called YAH, YA alpha. This is what he introduced to the world, for which he was imprisoned, unfortunately. Okay, knowledge, superior knowledge. I learned completely. Okay, I'm writing a book, Markov's book. That's what Russian Academy of Sciences asked me to do that. Okay, so there are different types of languages. Yeah, alpha. Alpha starts from 0 to omega 1. Next slide, ma. Next slide. These are all logic. I'm not interested in that. You need time to understand this. I'll give this, anybody can go through that. Okay. Next slide. Ya omega 1, ya 1, ya 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., etc. Keep doing, please. Ya 2. These are all the induction rules, inferential rules. Okay. If, then. That is called the inferential rule. Okay. Next. Then Markov introduced what's known as the principle of constructive choice. Negation of negation is equal to A, positive. Isn't it? Everybody knows. Minus of minus 3, what is that?
Plus 3.
3 plus 3. That's what we do. Okay, as far as the numbers are concerned, it's okay. But a statement I'm giving, the negation of that A need not be the statement. It depends on the language, the domain of interpretation. Okay, in the domain, you have to interpret that. So, that is called constructive choice. A negation of negation A is not equal to A, but it implies A in a particular domain of understanding. That language, Ya alpha, alpha starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Omega, omega means infinity. Omega, omega 1. Like that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Now, constructive set. You talk about constructive set only of constructive objects. So, what is the meaning of constructive object? It is a word from an alphabet. What is number 5? Is 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So if we have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, it is called 5. You count, no? So represent by 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Now you talk about 3 plus 5. How do you do that? What is 3 plus 5? How do you do? It is written on the table. We write. It's not like that. 5. Okay, you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6, 7, 8. You count it. So computing means counting. What is a multiplication?
Repeated addition.
Very good. What about division? Repeated?
Repeated subtraction.
Very good. You don't fear me. I'm like your grandfather. Okay, you can call me Tata. No problem. Okay? Feel free. Yeah, next slide, please. So, what we do is, we define a set by means of 2 normal algorithms. First algorithm is preset deciding process. It is an algorithm. That algorithm itself is a word. The word consists of what is known as transcription, zeros and ones only. Even algorithm is written, even in the computer, even algorithm is given in the form of zeros and ones only. But a typical form we give. Okay, you will learn all these things if you follow this. So, you have this preset deciding process by means of nx belonging to. That is a preset deciding process. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next is, after doing that, you know, a set consists of a number of elements. Elements should not repeat. Isn't it? So here, what is the element? It's a word. That word should not repeat. It means word, another word, if you check, they should not be graphically equivalent. So an algorithm checks that, whether this particular word is graphically equivalent to this word, then it removes that. You understand? So like that, these 2 algorithms join together, conjoint representation of 2 algorithms. One preset deciding process, the other one is the regulator of itself. That is non-repeating elements. It should find out. Anything repeated, immediately remove. Okay? Next. Next. So you can go through this, aram se you can go through. Because of lack of time, I thought of actually. Next. Well, that is the formula, for the union and intersection of sets. Union of properties. Properties embedded in another property. English alphabet is a property. Okay? The set of vowels is another property, but a subset of this property. Am I right? Human beings is a property. Tall human beings, short human beings is another property. So this property is embeddable in that other property. So subset is a property embeddability on the basic property. You got that? Next slide, please. Next. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to talk about, this is a topological space. It's a function space. It is a topological, extended topological space. You can see there. You talk about X, a set consisting of a letter, two letters A, comma B. I think people are becoming impatient, I believe. Sit down. Now, the power set is X2 of the X1. No, X1 is a power set phi 1, A, B, A, B. This is what you said. Power set of the power set, X2 of X1, the first null set called phi 1 is an element. So take it as a singleton. Then the null set belonging to the power of power, that null set is differently understood as a null set of power. Then the first phi 1 is understood in the first power. Later you can keep on doing that. So, as n tends to infinity, Pn turns out to be an extended topological filter. You understood this? This is isomorphic to discrete Hilbert space. Next. So what I want to say is, a constructive extended filter is called a constructive Cartan filter. Cartan is a man, who did mathematician. You know that, isn't it? Cartan topological filter. An additional property, any two elements you take, intersection should be, say, in the same filter. So, topological space and other function spaces could be defined using the concept discussed so far in this presentation. I have not explained anything because of lack of time. I had to give opportunity to others. Okay, basic ideas only are given. It should be a motivating factor, that's it, okay? So if you want, you have to attend a course. You'll become really an artificial intelligence expert. I am teaching Russian Academy of Sciences, the professors and Russian students. They're going to learn this course from me. I'm going to offer this course, okay? So your choice is yours. In case you're interested, you can come. All right? Thank you very much. You've done a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, I thank on behalf of Holy Cross College, our MOU partner, and our own company, Institute of Ancient Philosophy. I thank you very much for cooperating with me. You've done a good job. You want job?
Yes, sir.
You don't want job. You want government job?
Yes, sir. No, not like that.
Government job means you need not do anything. Go, sit, eat, drink, come back.
I don't need a government job. I also not interested in that. People are not always good. They are misusing their powers and services they have. They are more corruptive than.
No, anyhow, you should not use that word here, actually. People will get annoyed, actually. What you want is, you want to do real science, mathematics, technology development. Am I right? You can apply anywhere, anytime. Okay? Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you,
You
sir.
can talk to her.
We render a heartfelt gratitude to our professor, G. Rajan, for all his contributions. We acknowledge all yours and we honor you, sir, at this event. And we will be very grateful to you for your inspiring talk. Thank you, sir. We move on to technical session 2.
dear professors and participants, good afternoon. It is my immense pleasure to welcome the keynote speaker of technical session 2, Dr. Janardhanan Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, Department of Biomedical Engineering, Jimma Institute of Technology, Jimma University, Ethiopia, East Africa. Sir's enriching subject knowledge in industrial biotechnology led him to pursue 2 doctoral fellowships from National University of Singapore and University of Michigan, USA. Also, Dr. Janardhanan has excellent teaching and research credentials across countries. Sir has taken key positions in teaching profession as senior scientist, application scientist in Ramachandra Medical University, Chennai, and Singapore Bioimaging Consortium, Singapore. And above all, Sir's simplicity and moral guidance are the motivational forces to us. Sir is going to spare his precious time with us very few minutes, so without any further delay, I just hand over the session to Dr. Janardhanan. Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank my professor, Professor Rajan, from whom I learned many things through the course, AI course, particularly the deep mathematics. And today I'm going to talk about the application aspect of mathematics we use as a tool. Okay, so I'm from Jimma University. Yeah. Can go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about 3 domains of math which are applied to particularly biomedical or medical field. One is a linear algebra. In fact, I learned Professor Rajan's own transformation when I was in Weakling Bio, and I applied to my field of specialization, which is NMR spectroscopy. So we applied to do the denoising. And secondly, I will talk about dynamic modeling, which is using ordinary differential equations to model systems like instruments which generates data for you. And thirdly, I will talk about statistical modeling, which our honorary madam also told we need to do climate modeling and things like that. So this will be covered in the third part. So this is typically NMR data. NMR is nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, where you can observe a nuclei indirectly by giving some RF frequencies. And the first one is the one-dimensional data. That is, as the nuclei precesses, as it rotates, it will have a particular frequency, and the signal, when you pulse it, will be high initially. If you see the top graph A, it will be high, and with time it will decrease. So if you do, this is in the time domain, we call it a signal. When you do the Fourier transform, we will have the signal like this. So for this study, which we did, we simulated this signal first, and then we did the Fourier transform. We did 2 simulations. The first one is the data without any noise, and the second one with noise, because our objective is to apply Rajan transform to remove the noise. We want to see how good it is. So we simulated one without noise and with noise. And the same thing was done with the 2-dimensional data. On the second panel, you can see the top one is the raw data, which is a signal, time domain signal, and bottom one is a Fourier transform of the noise uncorrupted data and the noise corrupted data. Next slide, please. And now this is a result of the denoising using Rajan transform, Professor Rajan's transform. You can see on the left side is original data with noise. The curve, the plot B is the one which was denoised using Rajan transform in the time domain. Now the bottom one is the one is the Fourier transform data. You can see the C and D, the clear differences there. The noise has decreased tremendously in D. That is because of the transform RT, Rajan transform, that we applied. The same we applied to the 2D data. You can see in the 2D, the right-hand side, you can see if only a fraction of the data is necessary, is enough to reconstruct the 2D data which is shown in the bottom. So RT can be used for data compression also very efficiently, and that is what we presented in IIT Kharagpur, conference, NMR conference, national level conference. If you want to know the details, I'll go through the details. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the way we do the Rajan transform. This method is called butterfly method. For example, if the one shown on the top is the signal with some intensities which is varying with time, you can represent as a sequence. And the sequence can be of length 2 or 4 or 8. Okay, so if you take the sequence 8, it has the numbers 3, 7, the rightmost at the bottom, 3, 7, 4, 2, 1, 5, 11, and 8. Okay, you split it into 2. Okay, and then you take the first number 3 from the first half and the first number from the second half, 3 and 1. You add it. The solid blue line shows addition and the dashed red line shows subtraction. So you do that, and after you do it, you remove the sign, which we encode the sign as zeros and ones. 0 means positive, 1 means negative. That is called encryption key, as Professor proposed. And then you take the first half of it in the second stage and repeat the process till you end up with a single elements like shown on the right side. Okay, so this sequence is now said to be Rajan transformed, which is okay. And note that this is different from Hadamard transform. We will show that later. Okay, and if you go down, the inverse transform, the conventional inverse transform is, we start with the Rajan transform values. You do the dyadic operations, like, now the blue line shows the maximum operation between the two numbers. 41 and 3, maximum is 41. And the dashed blue line shows the average value. Okay, yeah. So like that, you do it in 3 stages. Then you will get the original sequence. And when you are doing the inverse transform, you have to make sure you incorporate your encryption key as you did for the forward process. You incorporate the encryption key. Yeah. Next slide, please. So what we did was, in this study, we found the basis matrix for Rajan transform. You can see the Hadamard transform basis matrix is something like this, which is shown in blue on the top. Rajan transform is different, okay? And the inverse Rajan transform basic matrix is different. So we showed that through linear dyadic operation, we can do the Rajan transform. So in order to do that, you have to do something called dyadic product, or Cartesian product, or dyadic operation. So on the right side, we show how to do the dyadic operation between two matrices. First matrix, you split it into elements. Second matrix, you multiply with each element of the first matrices. When you do that, it will end up with a larger size. Okay, so this is what we do. We found the basis matrix, and we found the basis matrix as well as the matrices required for the forward transform as well as the inverse transform. Yeah. So this is a matrix for the first step. We take the number 3, 7, 4, 2, 1, 5, 11, 8, and we multiply with the first transformation matrix, Rajan transform matrix, forward transformation matrix. We'll get the first transform value. And then you remove the sign. Again, you take the magnitude of that numbers, and again you apply the second transformation matrix. And if you proceed like this, you will do the forward as well as the inverse transformation. And this is computationally not efficient, but it gives a better understanding of how this works. It's an application of linear algebra, and we applied it to denoising, and we showed that it works tremendously excellent. Okay, yeah. And in fact, I'm working with Professor Rajan to do deconvolution on this. It's a difficult problem, so we are working on that. So next case is dynamic model. In real life, we want to model the system or the system which generates your data using differential equations, ordinary differential equations, both linear or non-linear. And the most complex will be the partial differential equations. So I'll be talking about the one we published recently. It is about the protein ligand interaction, or protein. If two molecules interact, they will release some sort of heat. Sorry. And this is measured by an equipment called isothermal calorimetry. Calorimetry means heat measuring device. Okay, and it is very sensitive that you can measure the heat of a light bulb which is glowing 1 kilometer away. So it is that sensitive. That instrument is very sensitive. So we use it to determine the binding process between two molecules in this equipment. So So these are different mechanisms. When the ligand interacts at different stoichiometric ratio, which means if A plus B bind in, if one molecule binds with two molecules of other type, then the profile that you see in the time domain will be different. So on the right side is the time profile. You can see like spikes going down and up, and then it reaches to an equilibrium. And the curve which is next to it is nothing but the integration of each spikes. Okay, so we can model this using differential equation. And finally, what we see on the right side curve is nothing but the variable which is PL1 shown in the fifth line. Okay, this variable, if you solve this set of equations, the fifth one is what we see on the right side. Okay, yeah, next slide please. So in order to derive those equations, we start with a simple system. For that, we have to go to the chemical kinetic theory. And it says that if a species A goes to B, okay, at a particular rate called specific rate constant K1, and the B also goes to A at a specific rate K minus 1, then we can frame the rate equation very easily. So equation number S2 shows that the rate of change of A with respect to time can be written as sum of two terms, because if you see on the top, A has been connected to B through two equations, which is a forward equation, a forward reaction, and a backward reaction. So the way in the S2 we wrote that first we take the K1, which is going to affect the concentration of A, and then you multiply with the reactant, which is A, okay, which is at the end of the arrow, that is a reactant. So you multiply the specific rate constant with the reactant, this K1 into A, and you ask the question, if this reaction proceeds, will the concentration of A decrease or increase? We know that when A goes to B, the concentration of A will decrease, so we put a negative sign. And you'll also have another reaction which is affecting concentration of A, which is K minus 1. K minus 1 into B will increase, so we put plus K minus 1 into B. That is the second part. So like that, we can propose our kinetic mechanisms, and then we can write our rate equation. Next slide, please. So a simple example would be this one, just a two-molecule interaction. So as I said, in calorimetry, we have a molecule called ligand injected into a vessel, okay? And that is what is shown on the left side. L subscripted T injected, and what we did was, in this work, we assumed whatever you inject may not be immediately available for the system to go for reaction, to get into reaction. So we introduced a reaction called K injected ligand, injected ligand goes to another ligand called free ligand, okay? And the next step, the protein which is present in the liquid reacts with this or combines with this ligand and forms a protein ligand complex, which is represented as PL, okay? The ones I've shown in red color, okay? The circles. And then finally, the PL is what is going to release the heat, and that is given as PL dash. So this, based on this mechanism, we can write the dynamic models which are shown on the right. But you note that when you follow the rules, you will have, it becomes a nonlinear set of differential equations. You can see P into L, two variables multiplied together. So it's very hard to solve it analytically, but instead you can do it numerically. We did using MATLAB with some initial conditions. And when we do that, we can simulate the right curve, which we have got. And yeah, that is what it is. So this is how we do the dynamic modeling of a system, and we try to change the variables and see how the system will behave. Next slide, please. And finally, I'm going to talk about the statistical modeling. This work I'm carrying out in collaboration with the computer science department in Jimma University, and here we use Bayesian-based approach for inferencing. So this is the data, geostatistic data we collected from different stations of Ethiopia, almost 15 stations, and this data has information on independent variables like spatial locations like latitude, longitude, altitude, and then time. In addition to that, we also had information on a special set of variables called covariates, like windfall, sunshine, maximum temperature, and things like that. So the covariates are variables, but not as independent as the latitude, longitude. The covariates, like rain in a particular place depends on the latitude, longitude. So the covariates themselves are dependent on the independent variables. And finally, we have the dependent variable, which is the disease incidence in particular locations at different times. So that is the dependent variable, which is shown in the last column in the gray column. So this is the data we had. We want to model it. Next slide, please. Statistically, this is a map of Ethiopia. This is how Ethiopia looks like. It looks more like Gujarat, the mirror image of Gujarat. It's a nice country. Next slide, please. Yeah, Bayesian. We use Bayesian model. What we do is, the one shows as YIT. Y is the malaria incidence, let's say one of the disease. I is a location, the spatial location, which includes X, Y, Z, which is like latitude, longitude, and altitude. And T is the time point. So what in Bayesian model we do is, whatever malarial incidence we have, we consider it is the mean value of a particular distribution. Okay, so and that distribution could be Poisson, Gaussian, or binomial distribution. And so we don't directly model this YI as a regression, which is shown in the fourth line. What we do is we transform it using some function like a Poisson function or a Gaussian function, and whatever value comes out of it, that one we try to model as a linear regression model. Okay, so on the fourth one we see eta. Eta has been transformed from yi, so you can convert from eta to yi to eta using a Poisson function. Okay, and on the right side we have of the eta, b naught is some intercept values, ui and vi, as you can see, these are all indices which contains I, the spatial locations. Okay, so these are all the functions which describes the spatial part of the malarial incidence, and capital T or small t describes the some time function, which is a function of time itself. Okay, a polynomial function or a thing. And then on the summation terms are nothing but the covariates I mentioned, like the rainfall, sunshine, and things like that, and the constant which multiplies with the beta. So we are interested in these constants because that contains the information of the disease spread and things like that. But here, Professor was mentioning about Markov, and here also we use Markov approximation. Why? Because if you see in the bottom, let's say the dark region is the region which we are interested in, and if you want to study the spread of the disease at this point, what Markov approximation tells you is that you have to only consider the neighborhood region. You don't need to consider a faraway region, because it cannot spread very fast. Okay, so that is Markov approximation. By implying Markov approximation, we can simplify this equation and we can solve it, and we can easily do the inference. And this comes not only in the spatial but also in the time period. For example, whatever I do now is dependent on 1 or 2 hours before this period or after this period, but it cannot be my activity may not be dependent on like 5 days before, whatever activity I did 5 days before. So that is a Markov approximation. So we do that, and what basically happens is a Gaussian field become Gaussian Markov random field, and once it becomes, it can be easily solvable. Next slide, please. And we also used, most of the Bayesian models are hierarchical based. For example, there are 3 types of models: pooled model, independent, and hierarchical model. In pooled model, what we do is, for example, the first block y11, y12, second subscript is always 1. So you can consider that as the disease count in different parts of India. The second block would be the disease in different parts of Ethiopia, and third would be the disease in different parts of Tanzania. So if you consider that, then this model assumes that there is a grand mean value, which is theta. Okay, but in the independent model, what we assume is each country's incidence rate, the malarial incidence rates, will be different, like theta 1, theta 2, theta 3, like that. But in hierarchical model, what we do is we combine these both, which means we assume an individual mean like theta 1, theta 2, theta 3, and we assume that this mean itself is coming from a Gaussian distribution with a particular mean, which is the hyperparameter psi. So this is a hierarchical model we are. So we use this one in our Bayesian approach. Yeah, and then to obtain these parameters, we use maximum likelihood approach. It's based on Bayesian inference again. And what we, on the left side, I've not shown this, the full equation. What it shows is what is the probability of the theta and psi, what is the probability of theta and psi given the data y is what we are interested in. That can be equated to the equation which is presented here, which is nothing but probability of y conditioned on these parameters. Because we only observe y, so we have that, but this equation has to be multiplied with the probability of theta and psi 1, which is missing here actually. So if you multiply that, then this term we maximize. In least square approach, we minimize based on the experimental and the calculated using a model, but here we maximize this part, which is like the product of all these terms multiplied with the product of the multiplied with the probability of the theta and psi. Okay, when we do that, then we'll get all the parameters that comes out of it. But one problem with this approach is if you do it in a direct way, the computation cannot be realized within a stipulated time. So the real, I'll just give the gist of it. The problem is if you are going to consider 50 states in a particular country, and if you consider some multivariate Gaussian, then you can have 50 mean values, and you can also have a matrix of covariance. The problem with this covariance is you cannot do it easily. You cannot handle this covariance matrix easily. So what they do is they have a special function called Martin covariant function, which is shown in the bottom, which takes two input, like variance of zeta of S1 and S2, which are two states, and it calculates the covariance value. And this function itself is actually a solution of a stochastic partial differential, which is shown on the top, with some constants like kappa, tau, and on the right side you have the stochastic part, which is the W of S, which you randomly give some values of that, and then you do it. So by doing this, next slide please. By doing this, we can get all these parameters, the beta values, which are shown in the first column for each independent as well as the covariates. These are results of fitting to a Gaussian Bayesian inference-based model. And what it tells you is if the mean value, the column, if it is high and if it is positive, it means that it positively influences the malarial count. Okay. For example, elevation, you can see minus 0.004. What it tells you is as you go higher and higher, the malarial count decreases at the rate of 0.004, which means it's very intuitive, because at higher altitude, the mosquitoes cannot reproduce easily. Okay. That is what this one tells. And also, if the wind precipitate means rainfall. If rainfall is high, of course, it has a positive effect as a negative effect. If it is too much of rain, it will wash away the eggs of the mosquitoes. So it will have a negative effect. That's what it shows. So this is how we infer. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. So finally, we will get a map like this, which means it will give you the intensity of the malarial incidence at different places. So, so we are still working on it. This is a map, a sample map I have shown. So, yeah. And I would like to acknowledge Professor Rajan and for helping with any math as well as Rajan transform. And it's a pleasure I come all the way from Chennai to Trichy just to listen to Professor's lecture. And I also like to thank Professor Anil Kumar, who passed away recently, who taught me relaxation theories, Professor Henry Mock, Professor Ramamurthy, Professor Yang Devan. They were my PhD. They helped me during PhD and postdoctoral. And Dr. Giziadis, who inducted me into this statistical model project. And Mr. Ramanujam, who helped me with the company's management before when I worked. And Dr. Merlin for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Professor, it is really a nice presentation. So one question. Sir, I'm here. One question, sir. Actually, your presentation is very nice. You talk about the real-time problem with the differential equations with the Margot process. And it has many applications. As we are the mathematician, we used to solve the time-based problem by using the Laplace transform. So you have used, and from your presentation, you have used the professor transform, that is Rajan transform. And also from the presentation, you have proved that your guru is Professor Rajan. It's nearly nice presentation. I want to know what is the advantage of this Rajan transformation than Laplace transformation?
Laplace transform and Fourier transform are linear transformations, ma'am. Actually, Professor Rajan transform is non-linear. It's different because when we remove the sign, it becomes non-linear. It has many beautiful mathematical properties. Professor, if you attend Professor's AI talk, he will explain that. There are many dyadic properties, there cyclic shift properties are there. There are many beautiful properties are there. Initially, I struggled. When I was trying to denoise, I couldn't. One day I called up Professor and said, and then instead of using a large sequence, if you use a short sequence of like 8 unit, it worked beautifully. And non-linearity, it's a non-linear transform. It's different actually.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the productive session. Keep learning because knowledge is the key to power. Let's move on to the fourth technical session of today's international conference. I request Dr. Antoinette Vinolin, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Mathematics, to take over the session.
Good afternoon to all esteemed dignitaries, renowned guests, faculty members, scholars, and participants gathered here. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome an esteemed academic and researcher, Dr. Linesh, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, School of Natural Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Dr. Linesh is a distinguished mathematician with expertise in wavelet theory, time series analysis, stochastic processes, and numerical methods. His contributions to research are widely recognized with numerous publications in reputed international journals. He has guided several research scholars and students, served as a reviewer for prestigious journals, and played a significant role in advancing mathematical research and its applications. Today, we are privileged to have him share his insights on time series analysis for air quality prediction, a topic of immense significance in today's world. With the increasing environmental concerns, predicting air quality using advanced mathematical techniques such as time series modeling can contribute to sustainable development and public health initiatives. Dr. Linesh's proficiency in this field will undoubtedly offer valuable perspectives on how mathematics can be harnessed for real-world problem solving. We are delighted to have such an eminent speaker as a resource person for this session. I also extend a warm welcome to all the faculty members, scholars, and participants who have gathered here to engage in meaningful discussions and knowledge sharing. Welcome you, sir. Now I request our esteemed resource person to address the gathering and enlighten us with his profound knowledge on the topic time series analysis for air quality prediction. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, madam, for such a nice introduction. So I don't know, I can talk much time this, you're all hungry. There is also a dynamical stochastic system, unable to model. So respected Rajan sir, madam, Krishnamurthy sir. So I consider this today a very nice occasion rather than giving an opportunity for my presentation. I have interaction with the sir. So that is a memorable day today in my life. So thank you, sir. Thank you all of you for such a esteemed gathering here, even though this is a lunch time. This is very rarely seen in conferences. So we are having a conference last week, and we will be having the audience also very less. It's okay. Audience is also very less. It's now I'm audible. I hope I am audible. So having such a wonderful audience it is actually affecting the worth of the conference. So thank you all. So the limited time, so I may not be going to each and every slide. So just to give you an idea about the stochastic modeling, the concept of time series. So we know our human body, our human system, it is a stochastic system. So there are two types of system, there is stochastic and deterministic system. So in our biological modeling, our economic modeling, or our population, everywhere we are using this stochastic systems. So a time series is can you just go to second? Okay. So we have sequence of data points. They have actually ordered over time. Suppose I am taking a data, sequentially I am taking the points. Today I will be taking a number 1. Tomorrow I will be just counting number 2. That is just adding 1. The third day, that is again 3, like that. Continuously I am taking 1, 2, 3 like that. So that is not a time series. But rather than, instead of that, suppose I am doing a random experiment. You are having lot of random experiment, you can toss a coin. So maybe 10 times I am tossing a coin today. Let us count the number of heads. And tomorrow again tossing another 10 times, counting the number of times. You are getting a realization. You are getting actually an observations that is exactly matching over time. That is what is called a time series. So there are a lot of, so next slide. So examples of time series that includes highly related to our human body, our ECG, how our heart signals are working and our brain is working. So they are all time series examples. So these are all stochastic models. They are giving you an ultimate interpretation. So that is what it is, time series. And this time series actually, rather than this mathematical people, as Ari is saying, so engineers, electrical, electronics engineers, they are using the concept of time series, and medical practitioners, you know, they are having this ECG analysis, some abnormalities there, all those things we will be analyzing those through this stochastic models, time series modeling. So the thing is that in statistical background and in engineering background, people are using the same concept. No, we mathematicians are calling it as a function, but we go to the stochastic or the engineering side, they are calling it as a signal. But both are the same concept you are using. A function is nothing but a signal. So ECG is a function, or you are writing f of x equal to sin x sinusoids, that is another function. So please go to the next slide. Okay, so please skip. So that is okay. So the next thing is, you know, there are models representing this time series. So how we can represent our ECG signal? How our EEG brain signals that we can represent? So these things are called time series analysis. So there are lot of models to represent. I know within limited time I am giving you more a wide variety of spectrum of ideas to you. So you can please contact me. So I will be giving your email also to the coordinators. Okay, so how to address this? So how you can analyze your ECG? So how to get a model? So that means that if you are having the informations, already happened informations, how can we go and predict whatever is happening in future, whether there may be some abnormality, whether there is some incidents that may cause in later. You know, this is highly influential, highly important to medical field as well as economic, finance, every field, because any system, it is economical or it is medical or engineering system, if you are having a correct knowledge of about the system, what is the underlying mechanism going on, you can exactly predict. You are having a correct idea how you can plan. That means pre-planning is the need of the day. Nowadays, all these computations, Sir is talking about computation algorithms, etc. So with respect to utilizing is all these algorithms, we should have an idea how to model. So that is a basic idea of, so please skip. So that is a basic idea of time series analysis. So I told, so we are having linearity. So whatever is happening, almost all the things happening here. So this fan is rotating or my sound is coming to you. All are almost, that is 99% these things are all non-linear. So linearity is only a tool that we use to approach or to come to these non-linear ideas. So in time series also, there are two types of models, equations representing linear as well as non-linear time series. So today in my talk, so that is how we can address the quality of air, the problem with air pollution. So that will be addressed through non-linear models because they are highly rapidly fluctuating. So please just go to this. So these non-linear models, they are based on non-stationary. So stationary means in the sense that the statistical ideas are not at all keeping constant over time. So if your mean, variance, higher order moments, cumulants, they are changing. The probability distribution, so those things are continuously changing over time. That means it is non-stationary. So we have the modeling idea of non-stationarity for this air pollution. So please. Okay, so there is a need of non-linear models that already I have addressed. So today, whatever is happening in economics or in finance or in medical, in engineering, they're all this type of non-linear, non-stationary. So the question is that whether we can identify, we can give equations. So once an equation is readily available for air pollution, or an equation is available for whatever is happening in our brain signals, EEG, or in our heart movements, that is completely helpful for modeling and diagnosis later. So we'll be using here the importance of nonlinear model that already I have told you, almost whatever is happening outside, so that is nonlinearity. So very less rare case is happening is linearity. So please continue. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, just so to address, just you can keep. Okay, so just before. So to address this nonlinearity in time series modeling, there are there are three models we are using. The first one is called, there are many models are there, I have not included. These are the three basic default models. The first one is coming as Volterra series, Volterra models. So that is a stochastic model. And the second one, so may not be talking much about this mathematics of this. In my talk, I am using the third model. So this bilinear model, you can just see that is bilinear means that is coming, the non-linearity is given here. The last term you can see equation for the last term, you can see there is a non-linearity. So here you are having AT. AT means nothing but input. Let us take it as input, the innovations, and ZT means that is actually the output or the observed variable. So they are injected as the non-linear term. So that is, it is called bilinear term. So we will be, just go to the next one. So we will be using the threshold autoregressive model. So this is the model now we are using for the analysis of air pollution. Why we are using this model? Threshold model, because you know this air pollution or even your heart movements or your economic system, they're having a phenomenon that each regime or each window a particular phenomenon is happening. The next regime, it is suddenly going to another phenomenon. So that is called regime switching models. So this model is highly capable of capturing this nonlinearity, that is shifting from one regime to another regime. So this is called, this is a linear model. You can see the equation is nothing but this is a linearity, but we can see all these A0, AI are constants. And this ET means they are the noise, they are the disturbance, they are coming outside. So ultimately we know every system modeling, it is just you take the inputs and you just transfer the ideas and just make it as a white noise. That means you are getting it as a Gaussian distribution. That is ultimate purpose of any model. So here this is also threshold autoregressive model. That means that you are having an autoregression. You may be all familiar with the regression, regression equations, linear regression, nonlinear regression, you are familiar. So this model is taking care of a regression equation in each regime. Each window, for example, you are analyzing your ECG for the first 30 seconds, that is one regime. Then physicians is going to next 30 seconds, that is another regime. So this model is continuously changing from one linear model to another linear model in each regime. So I hope you are following. So this is a non-linear model. It is because it is a linear model, but that is changing from one regime to another. So the advantage is that you can deal with the linear model. The same time you can keep hold on a non-linearity. So this is the threshold model. Just to go to the slides. Okay, just go on. So we can see that in general threshold model, you are having the n-dimensional space. And the parameters also varying over the n-dimensional space. You can select the parameters. Each regime, the variables are coming from that is called the L threshold model. So you are having a data Z1, Z2, etc., Zn. So this data may be the readings of your ECG, or this may be the closing price of stock exchange, any such data. So this data will be having L threshold. That means there are L regimes. 1, 2, 3 like that. Each regime will be having a linear model. So the problem is how to get such models. Only the advantage is that we are having a linear model, then you can estimate linear regression model estimators. You can use maximal likelihood estimation or such matrix methods for parameter estimation. So please. So this is actually an algorithm. I will just give an outline of this algorithm. So what we are doing is, first we will be focusing on each regime. That means each window, you are having a linear model. So let us try to estimate this linear model using regression methodology. Then what we'll be doing is that information criteria may be used, and the other model parameters. So here there are many parameters. The last sentence says that there is a threshold autoregressive model of 2K1, K2. That means they are having two thresholds, two regimes are there. For example, your ECG for the first 30 seconds, then your ECG for the next 30 seconds. That will be taken, and each regime, each window, you are having a linear regression model of order K1. That means you are regressing over the variables Z1, Z2, etc., ZK1. So the second regime you are having 1, 2, 3 up to K2. So this is a linear model with two windows. So that is what is called two threshold model. So please. So, okay, just you can, okay, just continue going on. Okay, so here in our analysis, but the only problem is the limitation of this model is that you have to search over the complete space. This is a non-linear model. So in general, if you are having many thresholds, so the estimation is rather tedious. So you have to go on the algorithm. So that is proposed by Priestley, MB Priestley. That is a time series analysis. So this algorithm, so to get rid of this algorithm, usually we will be restricting to two thresholds. So we'll be taking one value, there is a threshold value lambda, whatever is happening to below that, and what is happening just above this. Suppose you are analyzing your stock exchange. So there is a particular period, particular day, particular time instant. So what is happening below that, or what is happening above that, that we are concerned. That is called the two threshold model of order 2. Just. Okay, so this model is now used for the analysis of air quality prediction. So we know now it is reported in Delhi, northern states like that nowadays. So there will be in recent future, like our ATM counters will be having air parlor, so air counter. So we'll be moving with some air packets, etc., so that the free air pollution is a very severe issue everywhere. So whatever is there, we are having economics, or we are having professional employment, everything like that. You know, we are recently heard that in Delhi and all, schools are closed. People are unable to go outside because it is a scarcity of air, pure air. So this air pollution is considered as one of the adverse effects that can cause serious effect on humanity. Not only humanity, to the entire living beings, entire life it will be affected. So here this air quality analysis is a complicated factor, air quality. So we can see that this is actually scientists are measured this using a term that is called air quality index. So whether your air is polluted or your air is okay, comfortable for living, that is estimated, that is measured in terms of a term that is called air quality index. So this air quality index, that is an aggregated value of so many components are there. Many components, they will make pollutants. So they are coming outside the vehicle population, or maybe coming outside of the factories. So there are, so called it is particulate matter. That is one type of pollutant, PM10. So in our talk, I have used PM10, that is particulate matter 10. So that means all these particles, all these pollutants that you can just inhale. So that will come to you, and it is having their size, diameter is less than 10 micrometers, that is PM10. So apart from that, there is carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is a real villain. I hope you heard a story that has happened in Nepal or someplace. Somebody went for tourist, etc. So they visited. They are having, after their first day, they just went back to hostel room, their room, and they just closed it and put AC on. The next day, they can't wake up. So that means the real villain is carbon monoxide. So that is a gas without any smell. We cannot realize that. So that is also another particle, carbon monoxide, CO. That also will be a term that also causing air pollution. Then we are having NO2, nitrogen oxide, many things. So we'll be taking average. We'll be taking a weighted average of all these items with respect to the ambient air quality. So that is a measure of this air quality index. Okay, so this is already I have mentioned. So the particulate matter PM10, that is considered as one of the major pollutant that will cause the air pollution. So the concern here is how to link time series analysis with air pollution. So this is a study already done during our corona time. We know that COVID, that is a remarkable, just like our AD or BC, people are saying before COVID and after COVID. So that is a transient time, everything is stopped down. So we will be taking that study. So this is not a very recent data. So we have taken, this is in Calicut, this is in Kerala. So there is a place there the air pollution data is considered. So that is analyzed. All these data are taken from Air Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board. The data is collected. So this data is giving the concentration of PM10. That is a readily data taken. And we have fitted the model here. Just, okay, just please. Yeah, this is the major objective already given. So we were discussing about the importance of this particulate matter. So how it will be causing the air pollution. So we will be looking on the major pollutants. There are other three also already I told, that is carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, etc. So just go on the next. Yeah, so this is, yeah, just to keep. So this is one of the international standards of air pollution. So where we are now, or if you compare this table with Delhi and all, it will be the data statistics it is giving with a high red color. That means it is highly. So you can see there is a criteria where you can have the points AQI value, that is an index value. If that is in between this, that is 0 to 25, this is a clean air. So I hope that in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, etc., they are almost moderate air pollution that is coming like that. Okay, just. This is the numerical study. So the study is such that data has taken. Okay, just. So just go on, madam. Yeah. So this is actually the data of daily concentration of particulate matter 10. This is directly taken from the website of Central Pollution Control Board, and this data is collected over days. That is a period also is given. Just you can go. Okay, so now there is that is a threshold model I have already mentioned. The advantage of threshold model is that we can have non-linearity at the same time of dealing with linearity. So here there is a self-exciting threshold model. That means the threshold parameter is the major factor where you want to stop or where you want to fix one regime, then below that regime and above that regime. So this threshold parameter is here considered as an endogenous variable. That means from the model aspects, from the data given, only you are getting that model. So that is self-exciting threshold model. So the same thing is given. More details are coming in the next slide. So here we have taken two regimes. That is, there is a lambda value, and you can see this output variable. That is a output, the concentration of that particulate matter, that is YT. That is a random variable. That random variable is identified. Two separate linear models they have identified for each regime lambda, and the coefficients are also just to skip. That is a theory of the model given. Now this model is estimated. So here we have seen this is a self-exciting threshold autoregressive model. This is for two regimes, and which each regression order or autoregressive order that is given as 1, 1 each, and the threshold value is also obtained here. We can see the threshold is, that is a highly influency term. The threshold is now getting as 59.23. We can have a comparison of this threshold with the previous table. We can see that it is just above the moderate air pollution. Okay, so this performance measures also mean absolute error, and the root mean square error. Those things are also identified, and we can see the estimation threshold is found to be 59.23, which exceeds the national air quality standards. Okay, so this is, anyway, this is happening in the time of that lockdown, corona time. Somebody are interested, you can do the same work recently, any of your district, your place, village, you can collect the data from the website, you can do your own analysis, no problem. Okay. Yeah, so this is actually, I told you, one of the aspect of this time series analysis. It's to have full control over the system. How can you predict the next stage? So prediction is one of the ultimate, one of the more major aspect of time series analysis. If you have a correct exact equation that can be directly used for predicting the next week. So that we have done here. So you can have that is identified here. So this original data along with this self-exiting threshold model they have predicted and they have given the analysis. So that is using the MATLAB programming, etc. we have done. Just okay, so this is the analysis results. So we can see that we should act. We have to motivate people to act about this air pollution. So we are having the vehicular population also is going very high. So each individual, their home is having 3 or 4 cars or two-wheelers, many things are there. So that will be affecting humanity. Our human life also will be affected. In a recent future, we may be having the same situation that is happening in Delhi and all. Because it is nowadays going on deforestation. All the trees are cut down. They are making all the industrial buildings. People are having more vehicles. All these things will be affecting. I hope that this is a message to those people that is they are having. Okay, just go to the conclusion. I hope that one more slide is there. Okay, so this says that the importance of the model we have developed and what is the implications of this model. So this is actually you can just, there are few references also. This is basically the references of time series analysis you can obtain from the first book, that is Box and Jenkins. So they are the eminent writers of time series analysis. Then just next slide, there is one more, that is Howell Tong, who is the author of Nonlinear Time Series Analysis, separate books. And somebody are interested, you can definitely come to this area. It is a highly applied area. Even you can link mathematical theory also. So function spaces or the higher level algebras, they can be absorbed in time series analysis. It is not only statistics or probability, not only simply dealing with events probability like that. Abstract mathematics, they are fused with this probability ideas. So that is actually time series analysis. So I hope that I have just given in the limited time. Always I am worrying about whether I am killing your lunch time. That is little bit I am fast. I am only having a goal to complete my talk in some 15 to 20 minutes. I hope I have done. Sorry for taking your lunch time. So I have conveyed many things to you. If you are having any doubt, you can please contact. I think the organizers can give my contact. So please let us welcome young researchers, students to the area of time series analysis, so that not only teaching, you should be having other options of consultancy works. You know, all these investors, all these consulting services, mobile network or medical people, they all need models. So they need models. How can I predict? How can I forecast the next future? So that is the importance of this area. So let me stop now. So once again, I am giving the thanks to all the organizers for giving this opportunity to share with Rajan sir and all. So that is a very memorable opportunity for me and all the participants for listening this talk. I hope that at least one spark will be there. Rather than covering all these slides, we will be getting a single spark from your side. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. Your deep understanding of time series modeling and its applications in environmental science has provided us with valuable perspectives on how mathematics plays a crucial role in tackling real-world challenges. We hope to have more opportunities in the future to learn from your knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, we will have a lunch break from 1:45 to 2:30 p.m. The lunch will be provided in Mother Claudine.